And overall, would you say the last two episodes saved the season, or you just as a whole really enjoyed it?
I enjoyed it as a whole. I mean, I had to like, it's one of those shows where you have to come to terms with what it is, not what you want it to be.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like Jamal said, it's like as long as you leave this show, as long as you understand that this is a show for battle junkies, like really, really pretty fights, then you're okay. You're golden. If you're expecting much anything else, it's like, no. Like you said, you get a little bit of backstory with the wrangling between the different hunter
Get,
associations,
yeah, and the guilds. Yeah.
but that's pretty much it. I mean, it doesn't go much beyond that. I mean, as far as character development, nobody really gets developed in any way, shape, or form. I mean, Sunjin at a certain point, he just gets stronger. That's it. I mean, it's like, yeah,
The second
yeah.
awakening.
Bakimono, man, Bakimono.
That's
He's
it.
a total, he's a total monster. He's
Yeah.
like, and that's like for me, that's kind of become the fun of the show for me. It's like, how strong is this guy gonna get? It's like I love watching the bad guys just be like, like there was a scene in this episode where the bad guy, the ultimate bug guy, is just like, what the fuck is this guy? Like, what the fuck is he? It's like I have like when the things in the game because essentially it's a game because the way they disappear, the level up thing, it's like the intelligence that they're given, it's like it's some kind of game. But yeah, when the things in the game are just like, what the fuck? When they're afraid. And I like there's one episode in this season where he's like, I wonder if they can feel fear. Yes. Yes, they can. Yeah, he's like the Grim Reaper, man. Like his skill fits him. Being a necromancer fits him perfectly because it's like he's like, death incarnate. It's like he's not the king of the humans. He's death.
King of the underworld.
Yeah, Pale Rider, man. Yeah. Yeah, they have a cliffhanger. I guess there's gonna be another episode this season.
I thought I was going. Yeah, because I originally thought all this was supposed to be a movie, but it's just straight up gonna be
Yeah.
the last couple episodes.
I don't know. I don't know. They'll probably do a movie. They'll probably do the movie anyway in the middle of the summer for the third season.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay.
I don't know how much story they got left going on, but this episode, well, I don't know. I can't say that this episode resolves the whole island thing, uh, but it resolves some of it. But now the Japanese seem to be involved.
Yeah. Essentially
Yeah,
war.
yeah, yeah. They're like, we don't like you having, the nuclear weapon that is Sun Jin Woo. What are we gonna do about it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, what is this guy? What we should probably save this for the podcast too. But what I'm wondering is if he's going to be able to make other people as powerful because, for a new threat like his dad, it's like, are they going to need to? Because his dad is kind of like a Godzilla level threat. Because when he was fighting that guy that wanted to kill Sunjin, he pretty much leveled like two city blocks or something. Their fight
Yeah.
leveled
Yeah.
two city blocks. So it's like, are they going to have to fight his dad? And how powerful is his dad? So we'll have to wait and see on that. That'll be interesting if they decide to do that because they haven't gone in any way that I consider like they haven't gone in any direction that I predicted. They just all I knew was like the island was going to come up and that was going to come up soon and that was going to be like the climax of the season. But that's the only thing that I was able to predict. I didn't know that they were going to introduce people from Japan. I didn't know that they were going to introduce all these other hunters and stuff.
Have what's weird about manga now, like I went to the Wood Schaumburg one, not too far from Woodfield, and that was a bigger one. But my last visit there, they only made it 1.5 sections, surprisingly,
Oh
and
wow.
that's that's a popular store. A lot of people go there for the cafe and stuff. So I'm like, that's interesting because I'm worried that kind of like people are more with the anime now rather than keeping up with the manga now.
Oh, definitely. I think
Yeah,
because it's like the because there's such a demand now for anime that I don't think that the mangas can keep up. Because you see what happened with Alchemist. I mean, they're covering stuff that hasn't even been released here in the States yet.
yeah,
So it's like this show is going to be over before I even read the manga, and they butchered the shit out of it. I mean, this is like it's like it's a little bit like Horimiya, where it's like these are the highlight reels, from the manga, and I'm like, are they going to do this like with Sakimoto? It's like, are they going to do this with every like we just want a season. We don't care if we're covering everything. We just want to do a season of something, or we need a season of something that's popular. So let's do, whatever. I checked out, so I have kind of sort of a little bit of a surprise catch up. I watched the first four episodes of The Medalist.
okay.
Okay.
That was really good. I was kind
Yeah.
of surprised for it being just about ice skating. Some of the sports anime will get me and some of it won't, but this one it's really enjoyable.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like one of the themes for the last two seasons, one of the themes for me has been that some of the better anime don't feel like anime. Whether it be Orb or Medalist or there's another one I'm thinking of, but I'm blanking on it right now.
Oh
They
yeah,
don't have, huh?
essentially like better quality, like through the roof. Like you're
Well, no,
spending
no,
how much
no.
money for episode?
You have quality anime with either animation, story, or music, but they have the same kind of general, tropes and like arcs and like, like the appearance of the rival, the school festival. It's usually about high school. And even when it's not set within a high school, you still have kind of like the rivals that are introduced and stuff. But these have been kind of like a little bit more straightforward narratives that don't involve those tropes. Like in the medalist, she has rivals, but that's natural because that you would have rivals in any sport. Uh, and it's more of a cultural thing in medalist. I think that stands out than just like the same story beats that you would normally get within an anime. Same thing with Orb. Orb is just like this is full on like historical like this is full on historical drama. You get, like you get these personalities and you get these like with their different motivations and their different like, desires and what they want to do and what they want to accomplish. And it's refreshing because it's not like your standard some of these people, whether it be their ego or whether they want what they want to accomplish or how this is helping them to see the world in a different way, it's really interesting. And it's not like like I said, standard stuff. It's like, this is pretty deep.
How much have you caught up with Orb then?
I haven't, not much. I'm not much further than I was. I'm a few episodes further in. There's just a lot of anime.
No, I know.
Yeah, there's a
In
lot of anime.
the so-called trash anime that you've like liked and enjoyed, and
I've been watching, so it was this guy who runs Mother's Basement on YouTube.
okay, that guy.
Every year he does, or every season he does, like, these are his top shows of the season, but then there's his top trash shows. And the way he defines, chez garbage is usually there's some kind of like trope, whether it be slaves or harems or like a lot of like fan service. It's debatable. Um, and it usually involves, like you were saying, some of these anime look so good. The animation in these is usually just like,
Yeah, the
barely,
budget.
yeah, barely there. And they're pretty much just all power fantasy things, like a lot of isekai or fantasies. We're not, it's not your soul. Well, he did a special on solo leveling, where it's straight up power fantasy, and I'm like, yeah, but it's really good looking,
And there's so
yeah,
many facets, and like essentially we're like Soul Leveling, like it's his own Watchmen, it's his own Invincible.
yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Or
I did catch up on a few episodes of Invincible season 2. Um, I had read most of the comic book run, so I wasn't like, oh, I'm going to jump into this, and it sticks pretty close to the comic book.
yeah, it's only like well the omnibus, but enough for like 2 or 3 seasons, roughly, right?
Yeah, yeah. There was about, I think they did. I think they had 125 episodes or 125 issues in total
Yeah.
for the comic book run. Yeah, before he ended it. Yeah, which is pretty good. Yeah, and it's a good series. So I've enjoyed some of that. The Spider-Man show that Disney came out with, I thought that was a lot of fun. Um, it wasn't breaking any ground, but I thought for what they were trying to do, I thought it was fun. And they introduced a lot of things that I think will pay off next season. So I'm like, all right. So we're seeing the origin stories of a lot of his villains.
In high
But
school. Well, besides
yeah,
his teachers.
yeah, like Norman Osborn and the Scorpion and Tombstone
Oh,
and
Croc.
Doc. Yeah,
Well,
so, yeah. There's some deep cuts there. Daredevil makes an appearance. Um, yeah, I know we talked about a little bit with Jabal about the relaunch of Daredevil Born Again. I still haven't watched more than just like half an episode because the CGI was so bad. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why? Like, no. It's like I'm like, what? Yeah.
yeah. Well, if you follow Jamal on Threads, he kind of gave a preview of what's to come, and a certain character shows up that showed up uh, in the universe prior. Like that episode makes it go back on track. If you can guess which character that is,
Punisher.
there you
Yeah.
go. And likewise with Daredevil going into Punisher and all that, because Punisher, when I originally watched it, the I keep on forgetting the other hero's name, but it was kind of like a weird buddy buddy type of show if you think about it, like odd couple kind of thing.
Okay.
Do you remember the original Punisher?
Uh, Wait.
The well, Disney,
Oh,
whatever, Netflix.
him and Microchip.
There you go.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, exactly.
that's from the Punisher War Journal run. That was actually illustrated by a young Jim Lee, I believe.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
No, yeah, that's one of the places that he started, I believe, before he did like the '90s X-Men.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, he did one of the first. I think the cover and the interiors. It was really well done. That was one of my favorite runs of the Punisher. But we're talking old school. I haven't kept up with comics in a long time, so I don't know like what's out there right now. But yeah, that was one of my favorite runs.
So
Microchip.
you didn't mind the series then, the adaptation.
No, no, I didn't mind that at all because Microchip was his van guy.
Yeah.
Punisher's the muscle, and Microchip is the brains.
That's the thing. It kind of reminded me of like Midnight Run, just like a weird like like the most random team up imaginable.
Yeah, I mean that's
whereas
what they.
whereas advertised as Punisher, you're like, oh, okay. So if it's a deep dive, yeah, it's just one of those things where that's what stood out the most to me with that series, at least. I'm like, all right, I kind of want a Punisher show.
Yeah. Like, but they've had Frankenstein Punisher. They've had now he was the Herald of Galactus for a while. Uh, I don't know, Galactic Punisher. He kind of looked like Ghost Rider.
Okay.
It's been a bunch of different stuff. Yeah. So I don't know what you would do with those, Jack, but yeah, there's been a bunch of stuff when it comes to the Punisher. There's
Oh
been a bunch
yeah,
of storylines that like they could explore if they kind of left What If alone, and they just made it an actual anthology series instead of like this interconnected thing with the Watcher. I think that it would be more of a payoff for the fans because then you could do I think a whole lot more, especially with stories that like kind of don't fit into like the norm, like
yeah.
stuff with the Gray Hulk or like like with like their Wolverine has a robot clone. There's all kinds of
Like
stuff.
yeah, arcs that actually did happen. Like this is true. This is an actual run.
Like, yeah, this actually happened in the comics, but it might be some goofy shit, but yeah.
Yeah, like an anthology. Oh yeah.
So, what are some of your favorites from like you guys got me to watch Yakuza Fiance
Yes.
because uh after the first two episodes, I was kind of like, oh, this is just going to be another high school like this is going to be another high school thing where this plays out the way it plays out, but it turned out to be, and I wanted to say something. That's the other one where I thought like this doesn't feel like an anime.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah, because it kind of like breaks down those tropes really fast and becomes something else entirely. It feels a lot more like a the plot to a video or what is it called, a visual novel, um or a Korean soap opera, because it doesn't feel like your traditional like straightforward like, hey, this is like we're gonna do the cultural festival next episode, and
No, this is
you
not a
know
rom
so,
like a not like oh it's advertised as a romance, but fooled you.
yeah, I mean it's a romance, but it's kind of the way it's a romance the way the Hunger Games is a romance in that
Well,
it's not,
it
you
can't.
know.
Well, it can't like with the tying with Yakuza because I haven't seen too much Japanese '80s cinema, but it's like it's kind of like what they're going for, kind of like a roughhousing '80s type of romance where the guy is
Yeah.
just doesn't give a fuck and the girl kind of falls for it anyway. But
Well,
she's a boss of her own kind of.
he doesn't give a fuck about anything but her.
Yeah,
Uh, he cares about her because I remember in that last episode when he jumps over the table because she's on the floor and he's like, "Oh fuck," and he runs over to try to see like what's going on with her, and she was just doing her chores and she fell asleep on the floor. It's like, and so he slides in next to her and they cuddle, and it's really adorable and it's cute and it's hilarious because these might be two of the most violent people that you've seen in a while.
to each
Uh,
other especially.
yeah, yeah, yeah. He's a weirdo, but it's like it works because she's not normal either.
Yeah,
Yeah. So that was really good. That was one of the surprises I think for last season where I was like, because you guys pushed it and I'm like, this is, and it turned out to be like I was waiting for every episode. There are stuff like you talked about, like we should do this or that, but I like to do like what caught my attention, what kept me watching.
yeah, like
You
the
know,
trigger points. And
yeah,
as a show, I definitely won't want to rewatch again and reanalyze because the midway point with the arc with the cousin making an appearance that kind of threw me off because the following episode was a character who looked exactly like her, but different
yeah,
circumstance, ex girlfriend to the main character. So
yeah,
there's like because the first episode you think it's like a gag kind of episode, like, oh, I ripped out my kidney, wherever he did.
I know
Or
it's like, what am I watching?
yeah, but they tie it back to it. Like, oh, okay.
Like,
Like,
oh, that makes sense.
yeah.
They never took her kidney. She just gave her the money.
Yeah. And you
Yeah.
ever seen the movie Third Man?
Third band? No.
Yeah. Well, there's a famous scene where they're on the top of the Ferris wheel, and Orson Welles gives like clues about his identity and stuff. Ultimately, like that's the sequence where you mentioned about the kidney transplant and everything. I'm like, they did some homework. They did some clever homework.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, just like I think it was the intro to Chainsaw Man that they talked about.
Yeah,
Right.
cinema throughout
Right.
birth. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. We know these guys are the biggest cinephiles like ever. Yeah. They're watching
but
American cinema and just like feeding off of it.
yeah, and that's ultimately what Yakuza Fiance is because we had that kind of like back and forth in regards to the they're in high school. It's just a thing, whatever. But they're practically adults, especially when they do the ending music, and they're pretty much like models and gorgeous people just playing a part. No different than Dawson's Creek or whatever.
Well, they're definitely being used. I mean,
Yeah, and
they're
and that's where I'm trying to lead to is that these are kids growing up fast, and this is all politics for the Yakuza families.
yeah. It's like, don't lie to me. It's like, oh, you guys are gonna lie to me. I'm gonna beat the crap out of you, and that's what he does. And he's like, this is your punishment for lying to me.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, don't put my granddaughter in danger, and here's your punishment. Because you
That
won't
was a
tell
good
me.
episode.
That was a good episode. That reminded
Yeah,
you of the stakes.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
these are the
and
stakes
and,
that are involved.
and with the main character, like, yeah, he has a lot of rough patches. Like he grew up fast.
Yeah, yeah, you could tell. All right, I'm trying to see what I actually watched. There was this
We'll
season
be.
had a lot packed into it. Um,
Do you have
we
like a
can,
favorite though,
oh, this season,
or
I think
for that, or no, not I'm my mistake. I meant like the biggest surprise of uh what fall of fall 2024.
I think Dandadan was I think Dandadan was that Dandadan last year or this year?
Yeah, last year.
Yeah, Dandadan I think kind of caught everybody by surprise. And I think that ended up being one of my favorites because yeah, I wasn't expecting that. I was like, this looks ridiculous. But I think it kind of stole everybody's hearts.
Oh yeah,
Um, that romance, that story, that romance, and then that heartbreaking tearjerker right in the middle. Like, what are you doing to me?
yeah.
I'm like, what is this? What are you doing to me? It's like, no, don't, no. And that was pretty amazing.
I try to
Um,
refresh my memory. Do you remember like the final couple episodes?
yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on. There's some, other characters like a rival's introduced, like her childhood best friend is introduced,
Yeah, yeah,
and that kind of becomes his rival, and he's kind of like, but then they end up like, he's kind of like backing off, like, oh, if she wants to be with him, like they're great. I can't compete. But then he realizes, no, no, I don't want to give up on her. And then they end up in his house, the best friend's house, and then the whole neighborhood is kind of like possessed. It's like, oh crap, yeah. And it's like it ends on that kind of like cliffhanger where it's like, how are they going to get out of this one?
oh, that's what I'm trying to remember, like the final stretch, because I didn't remember if it's like a true cliffhanger kind of thing.
A true what?
Well, cliffhanger, like I don't remember, like
I
man,
think
I'm
it
blanking
was.
now.
Give me a second. Yeah, there was only 12 episodes, like normal, and I watched all 12. Yeah, it ends on a cliffhanger because like she's in the hot spring with the old men and they turn out to be like
The
um
aliens, right?
huh?
Did turn out to
No,
be
no, I think they're spirits.
spirits. There you go.
Yeah, because the whole how when they tear down that wall, the whole room is like filled with seals, like big time, like they're holding something in there, and it's like they don't really tell you what, but it's bad. Let's see, what else did I watch last season? There was a lot of stuff. Oh, one of my favorite. What I like this show. I mean, I know it's not like the best thing ever, but uh,
Oh, spill it. Just spill
dang,
it.
well, I'm even wondering if I could read this. The titles are so long.
Yeah.
Uh, as a reincarnated aristocrat, I'll use my appraisal skill to rise in the world.
Yes, I remember. Season 2 is in spring.
Yeah. Um, I watched season one. That was a while back, and then season two. Season two was really good.
Oh, it is season 2. I thought it was coming up.
No,
All
season
right.
two. I think season two was last season.
Okay, so fall. Okay.
Yeah, so that was one of my favorites. And then I remember we watched the Do Over Damsel.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, that one was a lot of fun.
This fall?
Yeah,
Okay.
We're,
I'm
we're,
going
we're
over
ge-
some of the,
yeah, we're
yeah,
generally talking about our
Okay.
surprises.
yeah, I'm talking about some of the stuff that I watched in the fall that I really like.
Hmm.
Like, give me a second. Um, 365 Days to the Wedding. That
My
was
Hmm.
really good.
my
I
number one
remember you talking
surprise.
about that one. I
My
remember you
number one
talking about that one.
my number one surprise.
That was your number one surprise.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Some of the other ones, like, I never got to finish. There was a lot of ones I didn't get to finish, and that's every season because there's so many. Um, so Jamal, you have to tell us, did you finish watching A Terrifying
Yes.
Secret of Ghoul School, and how
Yeah.
was it?
Bad. It gets it gets a little better.
Uh-huh.
Still bad. It's still
Never
bad.
to a point. Yeah. Yeah.
It's still bad.
I remember watching like the first three or four episodes, and I'm like, I can't with this show. And I'm like, yeah.
Um, you know what? That was one that it was bad, but I got so accustomed to watching it that
Yeah.
it was kind of like a tune out show for me.
Okay. One of those comfort
Um,
shows. Yeah.
yeah. So basically, like all of the shows from last year that I didn't finish, I recently went back and finished.
Really? Wow.
Yes. So
That's dedication.
like but the only one I did not finish was Mushko Tensei. I did not finish that one. That's the only one that I did not go back and
Did any
finish.
of us? Did any of us finish that?
I
Because
did. I did. Oh, I did.
okay,
And then
Finished it.
in
Zach put in the commitment.
the final minute pissed me off the most out of the whole season
Wow.
Yeah.
And that's saying
because
something because I think that season pissed everybody off.
yeah,
Mm.
because the Roxy, made her move.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
made a whole deal over Sylvie's wedding, but no wedding time for Roxy. No, we're moving on. You're just gonna be one of the heroes. Whatever, Roxy. Even though you're one of the best characters in the goddamn show, no biggie.
So Roxy got short shrift, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
tremendously. She's basically the mistress of the fucking hero.
Yeah. I couldn't. That was the one show from last year I didn't finish, and there's one show from this year that I don't think I'm going back and finish. But
I
I
can.
finished um what was the Odd Taxi Live one?
Yeah, yeah.
Jack, you watched it.
I
Oh
liked it.
yeah.
Uh
I
the
didn't. I
the
didn't finish that
road,
one.
was it the Road to Odd Taxi or something like that?
Yeah, route to out there. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
route,
Route to Odd
route.
Taxi. Route to Odd
Yeah,
Taxi. It
Yeah.
wasn't bad. It just wasn't what I wanted. It
yeah.
wasn't. It wasn't the way I wanted to go back into that world.
It was
They,
a
they
weird
were
choice.
yeah they
Yeah.
were playing around with it too much essentially. Like they should have just done the straight up adaptation. Like the humans, outside of that are inside the story, not exactly
Yeah.
like reporters, being even out, out of that sphere. That was like too much. I'm like, come on, guys, because they
Well, I
were
can understand them not wanting to do a live action version of the show because that would have just been
Because
repetitive. But I don't know that like you said, I don't know that the choices of making these two guys or this team, this guy and this girl, like the ones to actually have a connection to it when they weren't even in the show.
yeah, that's what I mean.
right.
Yeah.
If it was like characters that were shown in the show, like you tied that two together, I'm like, okay, or like each
Well, the
episode's
story
different.
got their perspectives on him, like
Yeah,
like having like the doctor
Yeah.
or the bartender or his skirt chasing friend, one of those characters, seeing like what they're doing when he's on screen, I think would have fleshed it out a little bit more and would have made it more interesting.
yeah, that's what I was trying to connect to. Yep, yep.
Yeah. It was like a
Mm.
weird like prequel kind of thing, and it just didn't. It wasn't bad. If it was like a show that was not connected to iTaxi, I probably would have liked it more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just that it was iTaxi that I just didn't really work.
It was weird. Like that was a weird creative choice. One I
like
think we could all well, there was one that I think that we could all agree with was that Wisteria, Wand, and Sword. I think everybody pretty much liked that one.
Yeah.
You guys remember that one? Yeah,
Yeah, I like that one. I like
yeah,
that one.
yeah. I think that was one of the ones where we could all agree. Like, I mean, I know
Was
some
that
of our favorites
fall or was that? No, that was summer.
yeah,
didn't it
that was
carry
summer.
on
No,
into.
that was
Um,
summer because I remember we recorded this summer recap with Alberto and we like convinced him to watch it.
oh, okay, but I finished that in the fall.
Okay.
'Cause I didn't
Okay.
finish that. Yeah, that's what happened.
hmm
Yeah, so I'm looking at my stuff and I'm like, wait, because now I'm not sure because some of them I didn't finish until the fall.
Yeah,
Uh, yeah.
that's why I like before we got. I went through and I like Googled like fall anime, and I went through and saw which ones I watched, and so I was able to write down like what was there because I'm like getting confused because we had so many shows that ran multiple seasons
Yeah,
that it was really easy to get lost in when it came out and how long it went and whatever.
yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
How many?
Um,
Wait, so fall I watched 12 shows in fall. For the most part, they were all good.
because
Ter-
usually I'll do about 20 shows a season,
hmm
but by the end of the season, half of them have dropped off because of,
Yeah,
various reasons. Some of them just don't hold my interest. Some of them it's like, all right, this is just going to be an exercise in annoyance. And
yeah,
so I'm bailing out. Um, some of them I will go back and finish, like Dan to Dan, I went back and finished, like Juan and Wisteria, I went back and finished. And it wasn't that I kind of did like what you and Jack do. I wait till the season's over and
hmm
just go watch, like a bunch in a row.
Yeah,
yeah,
Um,
I did that
yeah,
to the T for this season because the favorites were the favorites right off the bat. Like Alchemist was the only seesaw one, and
hmm
yeah, I caught up with like 5 or 6 shows better than Alchemist. So I'm like, okay, cool.
nice. Yeah, Alchemist, like, and you guys, I've talked ad nauseum about how um, much that show annoyed me because they cut so much out of the manga that like it's a different show because all they wanted to focus on was essentially his harem building and the heroes and you get so much more in the manga. It's like a comfort slice of life while he builds all of these things and builds his relationships with the different characters, but you don't get much of that. It's really fast paced and like I was telling Jack before we started recording, Like they've covered stuff that like hasn't even been released here. Like I can't. There was no way I could get ahead of the anime because they've covered stuff that's already like that hasn't even been released here in the States yet. So that was kind of
Wow.
disappointing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're in the States, like they haven't I don't even think they've released volume 8, and I'm sure that they're covering stuff that's in the end of the manga. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Really? That's okay. That's an
Yeah.
interesting choice.
So this is more of a highlight reel. The anime is more of a highlight reel. Like I think we talked about this with Sakamoto Days, where they had talked about how much they cut out in that one too. Like there's an entire arc toward the beginning that they just cut out, and I'm like, I don't understand why you guys are doing this. Uh, to try to fit everything in one season because you don't plan on making a second season, or you don't think that the show deserves a second season, or I don't know what's going on. But the fans of the manga
I don't,
have to be upset because it's like, why are you guys doing this?
yeah, I've seen a couple articles said about Sakamoto Day.
Yeah. And I know I stopped following it, I think after the third episode, because I usually tend to stick toward the stuff that's on Crunchyroll because it's easier to just like
Yeah,
find.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. With Hulu and Netflix, I kind of have to go hunting for some of the stuff, and I'm like, that's really annoying.
yeah.
Finding the medalist was a little bit difficult. Orb was
Medalist
fun.
was difficult.
Yeah,
Medalist was difficult because they split the dub and the sub, so there were two different links. So
yeah,
when I first started watching it, it was only dub, and I'm like, where? There's no sub. I'm like, is this only dub? It was very strange. And then like when I searched it again, it was like medalist, English dub, medalist, Japanese sub. I'm like, why would you
split
split
it.
them?
Yeah,
Doesn't make sense. And they haven't done that before, so I don't know why they did that.
they did that with that other show you guys recommended.
Orb.
No, the dead one. Uh,
Oh,
with the
dead,
Wolverine
dead, dead,
Deadpool guy. Yeah. Uh, like they
dead,
had
dead
like
demon.
it was 12 episodes, but they listed it as 24 because you'd had the sub and the dub, the sub and the dub, sub and the dub, sub and the dub, and it was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah, this is nuts. You don't actually have 24 episodes. You only have
Mm.
12, but you're splitting them up like this. Yeah, they do that with hockey games too. It's annoying. It's like, just no.
I don't know
Yeah,
why they do. I don't know why people can't figure out this stuff. Like Crunchyroll, when they do the seasons for the different dub, it's like what? I don't know why this is difficult for you all to figure out.
well, I'm
One
glad that they
episode
stopped
is one
doing.
episode.
Yeah, I'm glad that they stopped doing like, hey, new release. It's like, and you're like, oh,
Yeah,
look, there's a new episode of this. No, it's just the Portuguese,
yeah.
stuff. And it's like, that's great for the people in Portugal, but it's like, it's not a new
It's not.
episode to me.
It's not
Yeah,
a new release.
no, yeah,
Don't do that to me. Don't
yeah, I
do
was
that to
really
me.
glad. Yeah, it's like, I'm glad that they stopped doing that because it's like, that way I don't think there's new episodes of things,
Yeah,
but it's still really lacking where it's like, okay, what's new? Like, let me see what's actually new. So, like, if
yeah,
there's something else I want to check out, I could be like, oh, look, this is something new. I want to check this out. You literally have to go to a different page. You have to go to like the search feature in the
right.
screen. Yeah, which
Yeah,
makes like you have to go somewhere else.
or like the is it the browse feature?
The browse. You have to go to
Yeah,
browse and you have to
yeah.
click on newly added. And I'm like,
Mhm.
well, why? I'm like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's like,
You should have one of the scrolling things that you have, spring 2025, and
yeah.
that's it. You just have the shows lined up there. I don't know why that's difficult.
Or just have new releases be new releases. It's like just
Yeah,
don't tell me that like, hey, look, or just have a little, have a little button, like have a little
yeah,
icon right above the like have a little icon, and they do it on Netflix. They do like newly added,
yeah, yeah. They do.
or
They
they
do.
could on Crunchyroll they could have, hey, look, the subs are available. and then you click on it, and then you can see which
Mhm.
subs are available instead of just
Yeah,
like, yeah, I don't know.
especially with the titles that get lost in the shuffle, the ones that are so long, you get confused with other titles. That
Oh
happened to me
God.
with I left my A-Ring party to help my former students. Like I felt like that was like a show that already debuted last fall, last summer. You're like, the fuck, guys? Come on.
Yeah, yeah. That one I actually liked quite a bit. That one finished. Or no, I think it's got like one more episode, and I like that one. It wasn't. That's one of my favorites from the season. That's one that I actually managed to finish this season. There was a lot that I didn't, but that one it was very non-objective. Um, there were some scenes where I'm just like, oh, okay, this is harem building, but they kept it pretty clean.
Mhm.
And I was like, okay, this is good. This isn't like scandalous like some of the others, and it's not like a rip off of something else. And they had a few different features where I'm like, this is interesting. Where they had like this, as they're exploring the dungeon, there's cameras on them, so like people could rate and like the different, dungeon parties that they saw, and I'm like, I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, I that's one that you guys talked about, so
Yeah,
add that
yeah.
to my list and watch it.
Well,
Did
that one's
you?
like
Huh?
I was about to say that one's like a very cut and dry, similar to the Nobleman one, where this is we're going to do
Oh,
this
yeah.
right here, right now.
So that nobleman one is essentially just it's a reincarnated as a slime ripoff,
Yeah,
like through and through. Like it's not even like I'm like,
They didn't even try to mask it.
no. Mm-mm. He builds a nation of monsters within one season. He's like, there's so much happens. Like he actually gets further than Rimuru does in his nation building,
and
and it
powers
happens
too.
like in
Yeah.
one flat season. But he also has like he has his Veldora, and he has all his monster sidekicks that he gave names to and made familiar, so they're stronger. But it's nowhere near as story wise. It's pretty generic. It's not even close to being like we had our problems with slime this season or last season, but this one doesn't even come close. But because it starts at like Jack says, it starts at one thing, and you think it's going to be that, and then it just becomes a slime ripoff.
Yeah, like the
Yeah,
first episode has a teacher, a mysterious teacher, basically Merlin.
yeah.
And
Who never shows up again?
yeah, and on top of it, like he's just becoming more accustomed to his body. It's a guy.
Yeah,
So you don't even see the reincarnation part. He just wakes up as a nobleman, and he finds out, oh, I can learn about magic in this world. Great. So he has a little knack for it. He's getting a little bit better. But then he meets his teacher. Mind you, he's like grade one, part A of this route, and this teacher within a few hours makes him a mastered sorcerer.
yeah. He adapts to magic really quickly, and it's ridiculous because even the dragon's like, "Hey, you're really good." And it's like, oh god, and he just finds a solution to everything with like the spells that he has, and I'm like,
He has an item box within the second episode.
oh yeah, dude. Oh, it just gets crazier. He's making wine. He's making jewelry. There's no.
He
He's
makes
making
alchemists.
roads.
It makes
Yeah,
greatest alchemists seem lazy.
Yeah,
he
that's
makes
what we
roads.
felt about Alchemist. It's like Alchemist, he did a lot of this really fast, but at least they explained that away. Like the goddess was like making it easy for him, like getting
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
no.
prep.
and the
But
goddess ultimately wants him to save, the nations kind of thing. So there's like that, but nobleman's like complete opposite.
No, yeah, it's a slime ripoff. It's a sped up slime ripoff. Sometimes I feel when I'm watching these shows, I feel like I'm watching a game. Like somebody playing Civilization, where it's like I'm going to build my city and I'm going to develop it, and I'm going to battle with these nations, and it's just like, is this all this manga was? They're just like, hey, look, I couldn't do this on the computer, so I'm just going to write and draw an entire manga based off of like my playthrough on Civilization. If I were Rimuru, You know,
If I were
if I were
which
Reaver,
again, I would like to express how much of a disappointment that third season was.
that was that
The,
was.
the season of meetings.
That's what somebody called it too. How I was reincarnated. I was reincarnated into a business meeting. Oh
That
man,
was
that
fun.
was like, yeah, that was like, why do we have to sit through this? It's like we know what happened. We don't need to watch as every character reacts to news that we already knew 5 episodes ago. It's like it's fun to watch the ramifications of this, but isn't there a better way structurally to deliver this information to us than to watch every single? And then they kept adding like this.
Yeah.
We can't just see how one nation reacts to it. We have to see how every single character that they've every not only every character but every group of characters that they've introduced
Mhm.
throughout the show react to the news of what happened last season. And I'm like, this is the laziest way that I've ever seen do this. It's like you just have a bunch of static drawings of people sitting around, like whether they're eating or I'm like, guys, this is ridiculous.
That was ridiculous. That was out of control.
Yeah, that was
Wait,
totally
wait,
out of
wait.
control.
Hold on. I just thought about something.
Uh-huh.
I think it's important to point this out. Like, I think this is the first that we've been together since panel.
Really?
I
Yeah.
think so, right? Because
Oh,
like me and you did the summer recap with Alberto, and then Jack and I we did a couple of interviews, and we did the wrestling thing with Josh, and then I did the wrestling. I did a couple of wrestling with Josh, and I did the interview with Rochelle. But I think this is the first time that
the OG
has,
crew has been together.
the
Oh
OG
wow.
Yeah.
crew has been together since the panel.
Oh wow.
Shout out to us! Clap, 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 clap,
Woo!
clap. We've returned. We've pulled Jack out of retirement.
There you go. So we could hear him rant about whatever show he wants to rant about. Oh, did you
All right.
guys
Well,
finish watching?
I did my Mushko Tensei already, so I'm already knocked
She's
out.
Man, Roxy is not a side piece. I don't care in what universe,
not.
Roxy is too awesome to be, and that's his like goddess of goddesses. Like that's
The very panties that he has. And
Right.
that, like he created a religion around this woman. And,
It
like,
has followers. It has
yeah,
followers.
he creates this religion around her, and she has followers, and like this story's gonna be like, well, she's just a side piece, and it's
essentially,
like, what?
yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I don't think
And
that's not well with anybody.
how old she is on top of like it was that final like stretch of the or that season where it's like okay
Yeah, because she's so much
it's
older.
like what you guys point out, it's essentially the greatest harem building isekai ever, like
It's the OG.
that's the grand scheme of what it is, not grand
Yeah.
epic quest, a grand epic harem.
Yeah,
I was there for the quest, but as soon as the harem stuff came, I said, "Yep, time for me to check out."
well,
Time for me to check out.
well, that's the thing. It's like you got to keep me entertained. Like, what's my
Yeah.
number one rule? You have to like you can do whatever you want
Mhm.
structurally, and like if you want to have a big story, you want to do these huge arcs where it's going to lead somewhere, and there's going to be some character growth, and like people are going to change, and they're not going to be always be salty asses, or it's not always going to be suffering. That there's some light at the end of the tunnel. That's great, but keep me entertained. You have to keep me entertained. And if you can't keep me entertained in the interim, I don't care what your plan for 5 seasons down the road is. If I'm not happy with you now, then you should just buy, you
Goodbye.
know? Yeah.
I
You gotta
see.
be
At least with Re Monster, they got right to it.
oh yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I didn't have to question. I'm like, oh, this is nothing but harem.
Yeah.
It didn't fool me.
Yeah.
Like Mushko Tensei. Green Monster
Well,
was just like, this is going to be harem building. Like the other stuff is just a way to get to this harem building, but
yeah,
it's going to be entertaining enough.
where
Okay,
you'll think it's more
yeah,
sophisticated and it's a better story and there's more
yeah.
emotion and it's more epic. Remonster just strips that all away. And, it just strips that all away. It says, this is what we're doing because he's a monster. The thing that angered me about Remonster is it's so much more insidious in its like harem building because he builds his harem, like these are his prisoners, not his guests.
Yeah,
Um, and the old man, the old goblin, is like, he's like, let's fornicate with everybody. And the guy's like, no, no, we don't do that. And yet, and it's like, and yet he ends up sleeping with everybody. And it's like, what do you,
all of them at the
yeah,
same time. At the same time.
yeah. And then he has kids. And there's literally an episode where I think he has to do a cesarean section. And
Yeah.
I'm like, what am I watching? What am I watching? I hated that show. I was like, this is,
It was insane.
yeah, that one was crazy. That, I mean, as far as isekai go, I mean, I've seen some wacky shit, but like that one took the cake. When he does it with the woodland elf and the tree and everybody's jealous, I'm like, what am I watching?
And the what was it? The Dryad.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
It's just
yeah. It
it
felt
was
more like,
just every turn, man. Every
yeah,
turn.
every turn it
Oh,
was something else. And you're just like, okay, this is what we're watching now. This is what's happening now. It's like I'm along for this ride, but I kind of like afterwards I was like, and I don't know how Jay and Alberto felt about it, but I was like, man, this is not.
they liked it. They
Yeah,
liked it. They were on the side of liking it, and you were on the side of like,
yeah,
mm-mm.
no, I did not enjoy that because once I realized what was going on, I'm like, I'm out. I'm like, no, this is. I don't know what this is, but I'm like, I'm not here for it. Yeah, and you know me, I love isekai,
Yeah,
but like, I was like,
that
not this
wasn't
one.
that was harem building
Yeah, like there
through
was no,
through an
like you
easy
said,
guideline.
yeah, like you said, there was no pretense.
No
Yeah,
pretense.
no
They
pretense.
didn't lie. At least they were decent enough to not lie.
Yeah, and it
And
was
at
like a
least
few. Uh,
yeah, and at least like the dude admitted like in his previous world he wasn't a good guy. Like at
yeah.
least he admitted that. So it's like all right, I could
Well, he was
yeah
essentially a monster in his old life
yeah
too, because he was
right
essentially a vampire. Yeah.
yeah.
He's
So it's
like,
like
I was a
okay
monster in my old life, and now I'm going to use those abilities that I brought over with me to become like the OP monster. You
yeah
know? Yeah, it's like that was crazy. Um, I wanted to ask you guys, did you guys finish watching Honey Lemon Soda?
yes
Okay, did you guys like it?
Yes, it made sense in the final episodes. I'll just put it there
Okay.
because at the end of the day, this is a girl that's breaking out of her shell, and her father was kind of like why. That's why it was kind of like a drop off for me ranking wise. Just spoilers, my number nine for the top 10, where it originally had like
okay
two, originally had two or three. Ultimately, like it was like one of those things where they should have showed that a little bit more, and I think you guys would have seen it a little bit better that way because yeah, the father
hmm
essentially was controlling her. Like, nope, you're going to school,
yeah
you're not going to make any friends, and the story.
Okay. That makes sense.
yeah I agree I
Yeah.
agree. I didn't see. For me, it was a little different. It rose up the ranks a little bit as this season went on for me because I was not into this show at all in the beginning.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I just did not feel for Yuka because three people called you Stony. Like that's a toxic trait of mine. I was just like, that's not bullying. Three people calling you Stony is not bullying. I'm not feeling, and they crushed you this much. I'm not feeling it. But like, I have
Yeah,
to.
they didn't really do a good job of like showing like she was internalizing what was
Yeah.
going on, and I think that was a combination of like her strict parents mixed with these people and her
Mm-hmm.
not feeling like she could be very independent on her own, and that like she was kind of like disassociating and like kind of just withdrawing
Yeah,
instead of like reaching out and like socializing the way she would have normally. And yeah, I think I agree where like it wasn't illustrated. I think the way it didn't for us, it didn't have the gravity I think that the show wanted it to have.
I agree.
And so yeah, so like watching her transformation just doesn't feel as genuine for us as it would for like her. I like the show. I kind
Mm-hmm.
of grew to like the characters. I was kind of surprised by that because I'm like these are just there. I thought they were going to be annoying,
yeah.
but
Like
yeah.
the bullies, I thought would be like the annoying thing, but they became like one of the best characters near the end.
Well, they're usually they provide the comic relief because they're
Yeah.
usually the goofballs and
Yeah.
like everybody makes fun of them at the end. But as far as like I think for that kind of trope, the tall, quiet blonde guy with the socially awkward, dark haired girl, I thought that it was pretty good for what it was. It's not as good as some of the other ones that we've seen recently.
The
Like
Mm-hmm.
precursors, yeah.
maybe,
Well,
yeah,
like Mike Lewis' first run,
Mm-hmm.
the Skipping Rope,
Signs of Affection. Yeah,
Silent Affection, yeah.
yeah,
And you know what? And what part of what, and this was like one of my surprises of the fall. I know we talked about this before, Jack. Was True Beauty.
Yeah, yeah. That
Like,
one too.
yeah. You
Yeah.
guys really like
I
that one. Yeah.
felt for Chu Young in that, because the bullying she went through was like, okay, I could see why this girl has no self confidence. I mean, they were bullying her, coloring on her face, putting it on the internet. Like, it was just ruthless. And I'm like, okay, I understand this. I feel for you on this. Um, and with Yuki, I just, like you said, with True Beauty, they just didn't do enough to make me.
You mean with
I'm like,
Honey Lemon Soda?
Honey Lemon Soda Honey Lemon Soda with the character of Yuka Ishimori. Yeah,
Yeah, Ishimori.
yeah, Ishimori. I was just like, I'm not quite feeling it. But like Jack said, after they slowly peel back the layers and you see why the dad was so. In the beginning, he just seemed very loving and doting,
Yeah,
and
similar to Mike
then
Lewis' first friend. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Very
and then
similar father.
you start to see that he's very actually controlling. But it's not like controlling in a bad way. It's like controlling because she was bullied, and he doesn't want that to happen again. So it slowly had to play out. I At the end of the day, I still don't. I still have issues with the character of Kai.
Yeah, because the gaslighting aspect of it.
He's a gaslighter. I don't
Yeah,
care.
Yeah,
Like, that's the whole
yeah,
time throughout the show. I couldn't get over the fact that I'm like, this dude is gaslighting the heck out of this girl. Like, he's so now he's much more socially knowledgeable, and he's well adjusted, and everybody kind of crowds around him regardless of how much he may push them. And he just gaslights her. And then when you see how he was with oh my goodness, I can't think of the other girl, his previous girlfriend.
the
yeah,
ex, yeah,
Yeah, the
yeah,
ex. He did the same thing to her.
essentially.
He did the same thing to her, but she was the one that was like strong enough to be like, I'm not strong. I'm getting weaker having you around. And even though she
Even
still loved him,
yeah,
she realized like having you around makes me weaker because I'm not willing to stand up for myself. I'm just waiting on you to come save me. And
yeah,
that was like, you know, and for her to say that, like, I gained so much respect for her, and there was something there. So I'm like, when I saw that, I was even more disappointed in Kai because I'm like, you haven't grown at all.
No, yeah,
You have not grown at all. And
yeah,
you might, like, he has a moral compass, and he does have a thing for saving the damsel in distress, it seems.
yeah.
But to
He can't
some
leave
people,
the
it
room.
seems like that. But it kind of could also come off as, he preys on
Weak
vulnerable
woman.
women. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's how it felt to me, especially when you see the crowd that he runs with, that he works, even though he kind of like pushes them back and is like, hey, yo, chill. How do I know? I don't know if he's always been like that.
What rings
Eh,
as he's insecure, and so that he's really insecure, and that the only people that he can actually, the only women that he feels that he can actually be with are the ones that he needs to save. But he
Mm,
walks this line of like pushing them away by, getting that
yeah.
gratification of like saving someone, but then pushing them away at the same time because he doesn't feel
Mm,
like, yeah. And so that's where the gaslighting comes in, because I think he's trying to say, look, I need you, but I'm not going to admit to that,
mm,
because I'm just too cool to admit to any of that shit. And that I need you to need me. And
yeah.
he doesn't want to cop to it. And these women realize, like, oh shit, well, I can't, I can't always be like that.
Yeah, I agree. So that's again, I started to enjoy the show more, and at towards the end, I started to root for Ishimori a lot more towards the end.
Yeah.
yeah,
Like, her character definitely experienced growth. Who was I talking to about this? Who was I talking to? Oh, Tyler from the Anime Degens podcast. Shout out to you guys. So we were talking about it, and it was just you. I had issues with him, but what carries me is I'm happy with her growth,
yeah.
and that's what kind
And
of carries me through the show.
yeah, and it's like one of those things where Kai, he's essentially that type of character where you want to figure him out, but you can't. You just can't. And there's a
Yeah.
weird reality with that. I don't know how else to explain it because I don't like at the end of the day, but it's
Well,
like
like
one of those, yeah, it's one of those things where it carries the story in its own perspective. Like I said, we discussed with the show prior to you guys, like because of Skip and Loafer, because of my Clueless First Friend, I really like those shows because, yeah, those are shields saving the girl that's trying to adjust. But this is the one where it's the most popular guy, the most, you know, nonchalant type of guy who does his own thing, and he does it like whatever. I'll just do it. Later on, you get to see the aspect of the gaslighting and all that jazz, and that's real too. So it's one of those things where I appreciate that aspect.
well,
Mm.
I'm glad it was complicated. I'm glad it was complicated enough where we could have this discussion about it, because some of them like weren't.
Yes.
Yeah, but there was enough there, I thought, like emotionally and story wise, where like there's enough meat there where we could actually have a discussion about the characters and their growth and their arcs throughout the season. Where some of them there just isn't enough there. I thought that, yeah, this is really well done.
Yeah. So yeah, honey lemon soda. I don't know if that makes my top 10, but it's right there.
Yeah. Oh,
You know what? Matter of fact, I'm not. I don't think it makes my top 10.
I'm all over the place. I was really all over the place this season. So I don't really have like, because I didn't, there were some shows that I needed to go back to, some of the bigger shows like Apothecary Diaries, and I'm sure that would be like in my top 3, along with Solo Leveling and Shangri-La Frontier. Everything else was kind of like up for grabs. Like I had my favorite, like I had fun watching a lot of these isekai, but like were they good enough to like include in a top 10 list? I don't know. Like Bogus Skill Fruit Master, it was fun to watch, and I like that the way they divided up the season into like so in this one the main character, so essentially they eat these skill fruits and it grants them a skill. They get to a certain age and that determines like what they're going to be in life. So him and his friend have wanted to be adventurers forever. So he eats the skill fruit and he's granted the skill fruit master. And he's like, "What?" So he can make any fruit grow faster. And it's like that's so far removed from the skill that he wanted that it just destroys all of his dreams. But he's able to, if you eat more of the fruit, you die. But because he is a fruit master, he can eat as many as he wants and gain new skills. But they separate that into his holy knight friend because she's granted the skill of like a swordsman skill that elevates her to like one of the holy knights right at the beginning. And so she comes back and they form a team. And there's this nun who works with like the committee at the guild and kind of controls everything. So she's running this secret plot. And at first you think it's just going to be this guy, eating these fruit and like beating creatures, but then it branches off into different stories and it's interesting enough where like, oh wow, this is pretty cool. And I'm glad that they had this, they have some character growth and they have these different situations and they introduce interesting new characters and it doesn't stay just confined to like him trying to become like the greatest, adventurer of all time. So that was interesting. But like, would I put it in my top 10? If I had a separate isekai list, maybe, or I don't even think it's an isekai, but just a straight up fantasy.
Mm.
But yeah, there was a lot of them this season where it was like I enjoyed watching them, but I'm like I'm not sure that they would make it into like a top 10 list for me. Like if we were doing like our isekai, like if I was doing my isekai roundup, maybe some of these would be talked about on a
Hmm.
more on a me and Jack talked about one. Well, he brought up the ruined nobleman one that's an isekai, and we talked about how that was a straight off rip off of that time I got reincarnated as a slime, and I'm like it was good, but I don't know. I think maybe I had a top five this season. I don't think it would be a top 10, but I want to get Jack's opinion on what has to be his number one show of the year, which is Welcome to Japan, Miss Elf.
Edwin. It is one of two of my most disappointing shows this season.
Really?
Really? I'm so sorry, Jack.
All right, it's like one of those shows where I just wasn't in the mood for, and like each episode is kind of like throws me off a little bit. Or I saw at
Yeah.
least more of it. Like I didn't
Go
want it
ahead.
to be like even better than it should be, but at the same time, like, it was just literally right in the middle of things because it was like just focus on one world, focus on Japan.
Mm.
Like it's just a weird bouncing back and forth type of show. And I'm like, okay, I'm checked out.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Jack doesn't. He's not too fond of the bounce back stuff. So I get that.
And it wasn't only just the bounce back stuff. The stuff in the other world wasn't that particularly that interesting. Um, the adventures they went on, I didn't find particularly interesting. They just got in enough danger where like he had to save her and then like bring other people with him, the dragon, and even the stuff that happened in Japan, I didn't find very like interesting either. You think it would have been like it's cute. There's a lot of cute moments with the elf and like when she's meeting his friends or they're going out to dinner or he's introducing her to like, when she freaks out when she's inside of a car, she's like, oh shit, like what is this? I'm trapped inside of this thing. So I thought if they'd had more moments like that, it would have been a lot more interesting. But they don't. And so it never gets to the point where it's like, a lot of it happens in his apartment. And you're just like, how is this, I get that he has to go to work. And so she's stuck in the apartment a lot of the time, but I don't want to watch this.
Yeah.
I
It
don't,
just
I don't,
it
yeah.
it just didn't know where like the setting is. And ironically it was supposed to be Japan. Like they're supposed to
Right.
venture into Japan.
That's what I
And
figured it would be.
to
No.
bring back full circle with one of my all-time favorite elf shows, Otaku Elf.
I knew it. I knew it.
They blended both worlds in perfectly because they put the other one at bay, but they ventured out into their setting and environment. So they just didn't get the memo.
Well, with Otaku Elf, you got more of a sense of like the actual neighborhood and like the restaurants, and there was just a lot more. There was it was better drawn, and it felt more alive. It felt more like you're in Japan. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
exactly. 100%.
This one, like they visit a generic library. They have a meal at a French restaurant. It's like this could have taken place literally anywhere. They spend so much time in his apartment. Even the meals that like everybody is raving about, the bento boxes, I'm like they just didn't look like um
Campfire cooking.
yeah, campfire cooking made everything look like you got
Yeah.
hungry,
There's a specific episode. There's a specific episode in the new season of Campfire Cooking, or no, not Campfire Cooking, Laid Back Camp, where they mention food porn. Like that's the title of the episode, food porn.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that, Jack. I mean, I totally understand, but I thought that was going to be like one of your ones for the season.
No.
But I could understand why you didn't like it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but it's like compared to the other one, that's the most disappointing. This one's like, yeah, this is definitely like I'm not gonna watch anymore. But no harm, no foul. Whereas the other one's like, no, I'm not gonna like the show, and I'm not gonna bother. So
Yeah, I agree with you. There was no harm, no foul. It's a cute show. It's not like I don't. It's not like I'm not going to be like, don't watch this. I mean, it's a cute show for what it is, but it never. I don't think it reaches anything. I don't think it gets to be like, it's like Barbie dress up time. It's
yeah,
like, oh look, let's dress the elf like this, or let's dress the elf like that, while
yeah,
while we bore you to death with scenes entirely set in his living room.
yeah. And that's the only thing I liked about it was the acting, and even that can go so far with a show like that. So
Yeah, I agree. The acting was pretty good. I liked both of them. I liked both of their performances. I just didn't think that there was a lot. I didn't think there was enough there to be like, hey, you got to watch this. But I thought that this would be like, it could have been with that title and that premise. It could have been one of your favorite shows, but it just didn't deliver on the promise of either.
no, even if it was like what it's supposed to do, it didn't do that either. So
Which one was the one that you didn't want to watch?
Sakamoto days.
Oh, really?
It's
Oh,
John
wow.
Wick. It's John Wick, and
Jamaal is in John Wick because I know you followed up with it.
No.
The secret world.
I mean, it has. I get where you're coming with that, but it's when you're in the underworld, that's how it is. It doesn't matter if you're a hitman or if you're in the mob, if you're a gangster. If you get out, they're coming to get you. Blood in, Blood Out is a wonderful movie. But, I mean, that's what it is. But Sakamoto Day, I can't say it's John Wick because it leans way too heavily into the comedy.
Oh yeah, but the lone fact, real lone fact I have on it is that the main characters or the ideal titular character, he's silent, he's quiet, and it's like a cute way of like being a very quiet hitman, best at best, unassuming, retired looking. But what's his
Uh,
what's his voice?
they
That's my
to to be fair, they kind of explain the way he is, why he is the way he is. He's that way because his wife,
yeah.
like his wife made him. She's like, you cannot, she just made him like, you can't kill anymore. You can't do these things. So he has rules that he abides by because even though she knows full well what he did, he has rules that he has to abide by if he wants to be with her. So, like I said, they kind of lean way more heavily into the comedy, and they do have some action scenes that are kind of cool, but it's more of a comedy slice of life within
The
the
action.
story of this whatever group trying to kill this retired hitman. It's not. The thing that I didn't like was, and this is probably the most disappointing show of the season for me too. Um, it was kind of like villain of the week.
Oh, okay.
Well, it was very villain of the week for the first few weeks. Um, the last, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 episodes, they've kind of had like little mini arcs, but it was kind of villain of the week. Like the first episode was uh the kid that he worked with. Oh my goodness, I can't remember any names right now. But the blonde haired kid that he
The
worked with,
the new associate.
and he was like going to kill him, and then he's like, "No, you're not gonna kill him." And then he ended up working for him, and then they saved Lou, and she ends up working for him instead of being a mafia boss. She's like, "Nah, I'm cool. I'll work." And then they had Heske, I think his name was, when he tried to kill him, and he's like, "Nah, he didn't." And then he ends up coming back and helping him. He's going to end up working with him again. So it was just kind of like very paint by numbers.
Yeah.
And it's like Edwin said, like with Edwin saying they've cut so much out, you can kind of feel it watching the show.
Household
You kind
husband
of
was kind
feel
of like that too. From I remember the
Which is kind
cutout.
of it's kind of annoying because it becomes a lot of these shows become like we talked about me and Jack talked about this about The Alchemist. It becomes
it.
kind of a
Today's
highlight reel.
Alchemist. Yeah.
You're not
Yeah.
watching, you're not getting your manga isn't being turned into an anime, it's being turned into a highlight reel. And
Hmm.
it's like, like, oh, you get to watch instead of watching, your favorite manga get turned into an anime, you're watching your favorite manga get turned into a highlight reel. And it's like I get that some of these story elements don't fit. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, and Comey can't communicate. So really, really early on,
I
like,
was going to bring that up. That when you
yeah,
when you said that, I was
yeah,
going to say that's. I remember that's how Jack felt about Comey.
At
well,
least
yeah,
if
Yeah,
you're
like
that
there's
much of a fan of the manga, and I can see that with
yeah,
Sakamoto days and Wait World or Household Husband too. Yeah.
Way the Household Husband was just a travesty among travesties. I mean, everybody hated Netflix for what they did to that show because that wasn't even an anime. That was, like nobody knew what the fuck that was because it was just so like this. It wasn't even animation. It's like, what are you guys doing? But no, the point I was trying to make is there's an episode where one of Comey's castmates kidnaps him.
yeah.
Um,
I
and it's
remember
like
that.
they could have cut this out. Like this could have been cut out because even when I was reading the manga, I was like, wait, is this what this shows? Is this what this manga is going to be about? Because you never know. When you're reading a
Yeah.
manga, you never know if it's going to be a horror or if it's going to be a
Hmm.
sci-fi. They don't really tell you until later on, and I'm like, oh, so that's what this. So I'm like, this show's going to have this element, but then they never ever touch that again.
Or at least that random element. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
well, that character is always weird. That character is weird throughout the show.
Yeah, she
Um,
is.
Yeah, like that was like my cousin's kid wanted to read a manga, and I gave her Komi, and that was the only character where I was like, this character kind of makes this whole manga kind of questionable. But she was like the only one, and I'm like, I'm still gonna recommend it but that's something that I think that they could have cut out for that very reason, and I think that that's what
Hmm.
they do with a lot of these shows to make them like, like I think one of the parts they cut out of Sakamoto Days is this really violent, like Jack would have been like, that's John Wick. This
Hmm.
violent arc where they fight a bunch of gangs and stuff. And I think they do this to make it more palatable to certain
Hmm.
audiences. Like, let's do Sakamoto on Netflix, but we can't cover everything. We can't show everything that they show in the manga. With like Alchemist, I think they're doing it kind of like for not only time, it's like, are we going to have a second season? Probably not. So let's squeeze everything into one season, but then we also don't have to animate all of this. And so we can get the manga base, the manga fans, but we can get them without having to animate every single arc or to do any of the character development.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. But it's Netflix, man. You never know. And this is Jack's gripe with Netflix, and he's right. Because you never know what they're gonna do. You never know if they're gonna butcher it. You never know if they're just gonna randomly stop making episodes. You just
Netflix is
don't know
insane.
how they're gonna do. Yeah.
You really don't. It's really insane. I like as a business model, I don't understand what they're doing. It's like if you get a popular show, move your schedule around. Be
Mm-hmm.
like, okay, like this was really popular. Let's hold on to our actors. Let's do this. Let's do this now. Let's start filming this shit now. Don't make people wait 5 years to watch the second season of a show, and then 10 years to watch the third season. They're like, well, people don't watch it after third season because they waited 10 years to watch
Yeah.
this.
Yeah,
You
and that
know,
crowd has
like,
died out.
yeah, who
Yeah.
even remembers?
That's why
Like the
we're with
Stranger
homies.
Kids. Yeah, the Stranger Kids thing. Kids look like they're 40 now. It's like no one's gonna
Mm.
find if they're still in high school. It's like you guys are crazy. Or like Wednesday. Wednesday did really well for them.
Yes,
I
it did.
think the next season's coming out next year, and I'm like, 3 years between seasons, guys. That's nobody had. I mean, that's like anime.
Yeah.
It shouldn't work that way. I get
And
why,
it
you know.
it can't, especially with Netflix, because it's like if you get somebody and you get a show that gets hot, like a Wednesday, those actors are going to get hot. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
now
not going to be available.
their schedules are going to fill up
Yeah, you need to
because
lock them in.
that Jenny Ortega girl is everywhere now.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh my
And
God,
then
did you
now,
see the trailer for that Paul Rudd, the movie she's doing with Paul Rudd, that
No.
unicorn movie?
Mm-mm.
Jesus Christ, man, they don't know what to do anymore. They really don't.
That's
And
why I don't. I'm not watching. I don't watch a lot. I don't. I just throw more on anime, and
yeah,
every now and then I'll watch. The stuff that I like or stuff
so
that I could trust.
the hot one right now was Severance, and I had free Apple TV for
Yes.
3 months, and I didn't even bother. And now the season two is over, and it's like I'll do it. I finally watched that damn show, the first Apple show I'll ever watch. But that's the thing, like they announced a new season. It looks like Apple's like doubling, tripling down because they just shared their report of
Hmm.
losing billions or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
But it's Apple.
yeah.
They have $1 trillion, so
Well, because like
You know why
they
Apple loses money? They don't market their shows.
no, they don't.
They
Where?
put zero money in marketing their shows. Severance is the only one that they kind of put a little push behind,
Well,
and
because I
it's
think
and it's doing really well for them. But there's other show like what's the soccer one that everybody likes?
Ted
oh yeah,
Lasso.
Ted
Yes,
Lasso. Yeah.
everybody talks about Ted Lasso. Everybody talks about. I don't see Ted Lasso stuff anywhere. I never see them promoting it. I never see ads for it. I never see merchandise for it. Nothing. It's just like, Apple, you guys have all the money in the world. Why don't you promote your shows? I don't get it.
They don't know how. These streamers really don't.
They don't.
These streamers don't know how to, like, they need to take a lesson from the 80s. You market that shit, you slap that shit on everything, and
Hmm.
people will know where you put that shit on Happy Meals, you put that shit on like cereal boxes, you get that shit out there. Um, like Ted Lasso is perfect to put on Wheaties. I mean, I don't even know if they sell Wheaties,
I think
but
they still sell Wheaties.
he's the perfect guy to put on there. And then TikTok and like Ted Lasso at least became a lot of he's memeable. Like
Yeah.
you'll find a lot of quotes and memes. So like that's pretty much I've never watched the show, but
Me
I
neither.
know through like people who have watched it, or really I just know it through the memes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Severance is getting it too with the dance.
yeah. I mean, I think
Yeah,
that's the way they
got
do it nowadays.
shows.
Yeah,
Apple has a number of shows that I've heard people speak highly
yeah.
of. What is it, like the morning after, or the morning
Yeah,
show
yeah.
or something?
And
I hear a lot of good people talk about that really highly.
the Harrison
Uh,
Ford show.
Yeah, I heard about that.
the
They're
Harrison
doing
Ford
one.
show, yeah, that's the show with Jason Segel,
Yeah.
where they're the we watched a couple episodes of it. It's a good show. I just don't go back because I don't even think about Apple. The only thing that I watched on Apple was they did like a Magic Johnson documentary, like after the Last Dance, and I was like, okay, I'll watch this. And I sat there. No, I take that back. I watched that, and I watched that Idris Elba show.
He has
Um,
a show on Apple.
he has a show on Apple where he's like stuck on the flight that gets hijacked. It's called Hijacked, actually. He gets stuck on a flight that gets hijacked, and he's like a business negotiator, so he's kind of like negotiating to try to get him out of
Oh, okay,
there. There
that
was
sounds.
one. It was interesting. It was all right. It was a little slow though.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
But there was a show that Alberto was telling me about that Aquaman. Who's
They did an
Aquaman?
Aquaman show.
No. Who's Aquaman?
Oh,
Oh,
Who
Jason
plays?
Momoa.
Jason Momoa.
Yes, Jason Momoa. There was some show with Jason Momoa on there that Alberto was telling me about that's supposed to be good. But I hear a lot of people talk about shows on Apple that's good, but they don't market the shows, so I don't think about them.
They're doing one show. They're doing so. I like this book that came out maybe about 10 years ago. All Systems Red, the Murderbot Diaries.
Yeah, I
So they're
remember.
doing
Yeah, I remember those.
yeah. So they're finally doing a show, and it's on Apple TV. I've seen literally one post about it. That's it. That's literally it. The book says coming soon to Apple TV. There's no
Mm,
movie cover or anything. It just says coming soon to Apple TV. And I've seen literally one post about it. That's it. So I'm gonna have to get Apple TV, which I don't want another streaming service, but I'm gonna
do
have
you
to
have
get Apple
T-Mobile?
TV. Huh?
Do you have
No,
T-Mobile? Oh,
no.
see, I have T-Mobile, so I get it for free through T-Mobile. Otherwise, I wouldn't be using it.
See? Yeah, I just don't care enough to like. I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. I won't watch this. I will
No,
buy it.
see, what you do is you open up an email account, get it for the 7 days, watch the show, and then
And then cancel it.
drop it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Uh,
everybody does.
well, you have to because it's like nobody can afford to pay for all these things. It's ridiculous. And that's what I think comes back to like what Jack said. They're losing $1 million because you can't. There's not enough subscribers. Like they want that sweet, sweet monthly subscription money,
Hmm.
but like this is more expensive than cable at this point.
Yeah.
Like if you want to have every streaming service, it's more expensive than cable, and none of them have everything that you want for very long. Like there's things where I've had to buy. I will buy certain things on Prime, because I want to watch them when I want to watch them.
Right.
And like there are certain movies that they used to just have. And now it's like you gotta get a subscription to AMC or like Paramount. And I'm like,
Yeah.
there are too many of these things. There's crazy.
Everybody wants to come out with their own streaming service, but they don't have the content to support it.
No, they don't. They really don't. They'll have
So
one or two shows that they know will attract people, but you can't build a streaming service around Friends. I mean, you
no.
might be able to. There might be people who will want to watch Friends for the rest of their lives into eternity, which is fine. I have no judgments, but I don't think you can build a
I'll
streaming
judge you.
service.
I'll judge you. Friends is awful.
Neither here nor there, but I don't think you can build a whole streaming platform
No.
off of one
No.
show. No.
No. If you have a popular platform like a Netflix, you could get a lot of streams for having Friends on there to
Yeah.
justify like paying the licensing fee for it.
Yeah.
But just to be like, hey, we have Friends. Like Peacock has The Office. The Office is huge,
Yeah.
but how many people are like, all right, I'm going to get Peacock because they have The Office? No.
No.
So just doesn't it just doesn't work out. But this goes back to Jack's gripe that he's been griping about for forever, man. And it's
Yeah.
just like bring back the return of physical media. Because like you said, these people they will take stuff down, and even if you pay for it, they will take it down and you can't watch it again.
No,
Yeah,
because
Amazon.
somebody, yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, that's, I mean, Amazon, you have an account what you buy, but
Mm-hmm.
if you delete your account, it's gone. There's no transfer. So
It's not even if you delete your account. Like the what? Who was it or what was it? There's some things where I can't remember what it was, but I read that people bought something, some show or some movie or something from a service, and they removed the service. And even if you bought it, you just no more show. It's gone.
yeah.
Yeah.
You can't do that. Or like they did with Overwatch when Kyle and Jesse were complaining about it. No, it's just like nope. There's no more Overwatch ones. Can't play it. We're just taking it away.
Yeah.
Like
I
what?
cannot believe that they did that. I can't like I'm like, how could you like how could you pave over another game? How
Uh,
could you pave over your most popular like it it hurts my head. Like
yeah, I don't
I
get it.
I the world doesn't like that's one of the things that makes the world not make sense. And just the game industry just doesn't know what the fuck it's doing because it's like, how do you pave over a game? You literally just paved over the game that brought you your success. You paved over the game that like you promised this Overwatch 2 for like a decade and you finally delivered it and people hate it, but they can't play the game that brought you this success. This worldwide like renown and this worldwide like audience and millions of people spending money and you're just going to take that away. It's like it's asinine and insane and it makes no sense whatsoever. None.
No,
That's just I'm
I,
tired.
I, I can't. I can't
Yeah.
understand it.
No, the choices
Literally.
they make just I get that you want to force everybody, like you don't want everybody, like you want to force your fan base into a
To
new game.
confirm. Yeah.
Yeah, but like give them the option. Like you're not even giving them the option.
No.
You're channeling them. You're forcing them to play a new game, and you're not even giving them the option of playing the game that they want to play. I'm like, that's the biggest fuck you to fans like I have ever seen. Just like, you know what? We don't care enough about you to let you keep playing this, and we don't care enough about physical media collectors to have like physical games anymore, so we
Right.
can take them away from you whenever we want. Like, oh, you have Spider-Man 2 downloaded? You can't play that anymore because here's Spider-Man 3. We're just gonna pave right over that, and here you go. It's like that's insane. I paid money for that game. You want me to pay money for a new game, but you're gonna take away. I can't.
It doesn't make sense.
No,
It doesn't make sense.
no. Let's go through Jack's top 10 for last season because I can't with it. Yeah. Oh my god. Hey
Well,
Jack.
so well, that's the thing. I was trying to get like we covered like the here and there ones, but I guess
Mhm.
we'll bounce after the 10. Let's see.
Is this
Uh,
for this is for winter?
winter
Okay.
Wait, this season or last season?
this season,
Okay.
2025.
Oh, I kind of know what that list is gonna look like.
Well, Jamal did a preview on Instagram over my
Oh,
original choices.
Yeah, I did. We did the top 10 after like week 4 or 5 or whatever.
Yeah,
So
okay.
yeah. Hmm.
and like I previewed, the only one that has significant drop is honey lemon soda,
Yeah.
and one didn't make the cut and originally was in there was the Grey's Alchemist.
You could put
But,
you could do a couple honorable mentions.
yeah. Well, for now, I'll just do a quick one on the top 10 here.
Hmm.
The first one I want to talk about, I guess, is my sneaky number 10, and it's the only high dive show I have in this list. Sorayo Utility, Sky Blue Club, or Sky Blue Hybrid Club, a golf anime. My new
Really?
favorite. Yeah, and my new favorite genre officially.
Golf anime? You know that's funny because I didn't watch that. I watched what's the Netflix one? Um Rising Impact.
Yes,
I watched
yes.
Rising Impact.
I missed that one.
And
I will check that one.
I did it. They did it. It was a weird Netflix thing because they came out with season 1, and then like 2 months later they came out with season 2.
Yeah,
It was very strange. I'm like, why do you do that? Why don't you just make it
it's
one
Netflix.
big two core? Like it was stupid.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
anyways,
But, but
so
but
this is a golf one on High Dive.
yeah. But here's the kicker. A couple years ago, they had a special, and the special's still there on Crunchyroll. And that's where I got
Huh.
confused because I saw the title. I'm like, oh great, it's on Crunchyroll, but it's only 15 minutes short, and it's cute. It's a nice little thing where it shows the main characters having a random golf outing. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Could have been a pilot episode for all I know.
Hmm.
But it turns out to be like kind of like an advertising thing, similar to Super Cub, where the advertisers pretty much produce the show. Kind of like
Oh, okay.
K dramas are notorious for that. So they're advertising like a certain apprentice to fix your swing and a driving course. So that's funny.
Oh,
That's what the whole special was. But I guess they adapted more, and sure enough,
hmm.
it follows the main character joining a golf club. She's clueless, she's aimless, but there's some type of drive with it. And I checked out later because, of course, it's golf. You can't think about
Hmm.
golf in the middle of winter. So this is a show that should be watched now, like spring, summer,
Okay.
fall. So
So you
yeah,
watched what was it Birdie Wing?
yeah, Birdie Wing. I like Birdie
You
Wing.
watched Birdie Wing. You watched Birdie Wing too, right?
Yes,
So did
yes.
you like this one? Like, was Birdie Wing better, or was this one like right on par with it? Or
Right on par. Birdie Wing's just another
okay,
experience on its own. It's a ridiculous
yeah,
show. Like you get something out of it, that type of show, and it
yeah.
goes on
Because
my list.
I remember you watching. I remember you liking Birdie Wing. That's why
That
I
was my
asked.
that was my favorite catch up of a couple years ago
Yeah.
because I missed it completely. Then I caught up in season two.
Mhm.
So yeah, I just want to give a little plug for that. But speedballing through the rest of them. Honey Lemon Soda, number 9. Number 8, Princess Lessons. I want to escape my princess lessons.
Mhm.
Number 7, Shangri-La Frontier. We will discuss that later. Number 6, Solo Leveling. Number 5, Princess Receptionist. Or
Guild receptionist.
Guild Receptionist. I'm sorry. Number 4, 100 Girlfriends Who Really, Really Like You. Number 3, Apothecary. Number 2, Medalist. And number 1, T, Orb on Movements of Earth.
Yeah, I figured Orb was gonna be one.
And Medalist Slingshot at number 2. I'd be
Mm,
mad if it's not official in my top 10. at the end of the year. I'm praying that
Yeah,
it will. Yeah.
yeah, but like for me, that's going to be an early top 10 contender for me too. I'm going to be upset if it doesn't make my top 10.
Yeah, and Apothecary, there's another season coming up. For all I know, that's going to be number one for next season. So,
So yeah, I think we're going to get another season for sure, but I don't know when.
yeah, literally spring season. Spring season.
It's coming out. We're getting another season in spring.
Yep.
Really? Because this season isn't even over yet. Okay, hey,
It's,
look, I'm for it.
yeah.
I'm for it. Do you have any honorable mentions?
The ones that I caught late, like Edwin pointed out, that we catch
Mm,
shows a little bit later down the stretch. Well, like the one that definitely could have been number 11 or 12 is the Okinawa girl. I can't understand the Okinawa girl.
mm,
That one's cute, and that one teaches about dialects, and yeah,
mm,
Okinawa is definitely a different culture of its own. It's remarkable. And then Greatest Alchemist, I do like at the end of the day. Uh, the Salaryman one, I wanted to like a little bit more. It just hasn't hit me just yet. I will finish it though. Senshu, at the end of the day, not a bad show.
mm.
The one you guys like more than me, the girl. I'm married to my rival in class. That one.
Oh, okay, getting married to a girl that I hate in class. The girl that
There you
hates
go.
me in class.
I
Mm,
left my skill or the party skill level party A.
mm,
And then the last one that really caught me off guard. It's a very tongue-in-cheek show, similar in the vein of Don't Toy with Miss Nagatoro. Medaka Kuriowa Iwa is Impervious to
mm,
Hunters. That one's good. It's definitely like, let's go for the humor. I didn't like the setup essentially with
mm.
how he's like is attracted to her. I wish they would have kept that at bay. That would have been a great reveal near the end or something like that. Like, the whole time he's just being creative jerk, blocking her
Mm.
charms. But I've seen the following episodes, and yeah, it's good beat for beat, cute show.
Well, he had to in that one. He had to. They have to keep the misunderstanding going in order to keep up the premise of the show.
Yeah, yeah.
Because all he had to do was tell her, and she would have been like, she either would have backed off or been like,
It's just part of me wish it was Stone Cold. Like, nope, nope, no.
yeah.
Mm.
She's like,
Whereas
you will
because
give
the
me
first,
the attention that I demand. Yeah.
yeah, because at the end of the episode, it reveals that he's going to be caretaker of a shrine, and yeah, he has to keep a very Buddhist like trajectory, not
You
marry.
have to stay pure. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Oh, like
Mm.
Jinchi.
yeah, pretty
Yeah. He's
much.
essentially gonna be a priest.
Oh, like Jinchi. Okay.
Yeah.
It's one
Yeah.
that if you watch a couple, you'll get it, and that's what
Mm.
it's going to be. So
It's like I seen that. I kept seeing that show and people talking about it, and I just didn't. I just didn't make room for it. I didn't make room for it.
it's very
It's
tongue in
not
cheek.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah. I don't think it's one where like I don't think you're missing anything.
Mm.
With that one. Um, we've seen shows like that, with that kind of misunderstanding before.
Yes.
Um, and I think um, I think Dan to Dan does some of that stuff better.
oh
Like
yeah,
especially the misunderstandings. Yeah.
don't toy with me. That's like a
Mhm.
good bounce back one too.
Oh yeah, Don't Toy With Me does it way better. Like yeah, like that's masochistic fun. It's like yeah, this one kind of like gets there, but it's not as I don't want to use the term generic, but kind of sort of like hey, like
Yeah,
this is like paint by numbers version of some of
the
these other shows.
with the
Yeah,
flirt like type of show, like, even more than romance. This is on subject. I don't know, flirting show.
yeah. And I wish that like some of these shows had better side characters.
Yeah, that one
Yeah,
needed
Mm.
desperately.
yeah. Like, did you guys talk? Sorry, I had to run to the washroom. Did you
Mm,
guys talk about I'm getting married to a girl I hate in my class?
Yeah,
not yet.
honorable mention for me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That for me.
he was reading those, and he said we liked that more than he did.
Yeah. Well, because I think we really enjoyed the humor aspect of that one.
Mm,
Yeah. I think we
yeah.
enjoyed the humor aspect of that one. I don't think that like I kind of wish that they had kept the grandfather in,
Hmm.
because some of the other elements aren't as that kind of character, the main character, he's kind of been done before, and I think
Yeah.
he's been done a little bit better. I do love his obsession with protein shakes. I thought that was kind of hilarious. Yeah, I thought that was kind of funny. Like this guy eats like crap, you know?
Yeah, yeah. He reminds me of Buddy Daddies.
Yeah, yeah.
and
I see exactly what you're saying. Yep,
he just ate like crap. And he
yeah,
would cook these 5-star meals. He'd just be like, just give me some Mr.
yeah.
Ram.
Where's the hamburger steak? You know,
Yeah,
it's like,
right.
what are we doing? He's like, I put so much effort in for you guys. Yeah, yeah. That show definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's a cute romance, but I don't think it does anything new or it's another one where I wish the side characters were better. I wish it spent less time on the gags and their relationship and more time on the side characters. Because Tomo-chan is a girl, I think kind of spoiled us with their
Yeah,
side characters. Yeah, and so I'm
yeah,
always like, man, I wish this show had better side characters because that would make it like, so much better. Because it's like I've seen this stuff. Uh, we've watched so much anime where it's like we've seen all these things, and like sometimes the side characters just make or break a show.
yeah.
Yeah,
It does
Or
happen that way.
how they are quietly introduced sometimes, and you don't expect it. Like a Hiran-san, like they have minimal amounts of supporting characters, but somehow, some way, they come back full circle. So it's
yeah. Her
definitely
whole
like a cherry on
family.
top kind of thing.
Yeah, her whole family becomes like these side characters where they're just
Yes,
like, they
yeah,
provide some of the funniest moments of the show, and that's what I'm talking about. Where it's like they're not as well developed in Heron Son, but they're still like, or like even in Nagatoro, her little
but
thug friends
yeah, the
are
click
provide some of the funniest moments of the show because they kind of see what's going on and they kind of push things forward, and it's like, oh, okay. Like you see that in Dandadan with like her friends.
and the grandma. Yeah,
Hmm.
Yeah. Like they kind of push these things along and they're great side
Hmm.
characters. We should do that one time. We should do that one season where it's like who are our favorite side characters of the year? Because
Roxy.
sometimes, yeah, because
That's a
sometimes
great. You know what? That is a wonderful idea for a panel.
there you go. Yeah,
Best side characters.
yeah, best side characters of all time.
That is a great one. I'm going to write that down and try to remember the panel season. All right.
Brotherhood would have,
Full Alchemist's own
yeah,
Barry, Hell's
yeah,
Paradise, Jujutsu
yeah,
Assuming.
Kaisen.
yeah.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, sure.
what do you got? Do you guys want to talk about solo leveling and Shangri-La Frontier?
Did you do your top? Do you have your top 10?
No, mine's all over the place because I don't really have a top 10 for this season
Mm,
because so many of them were like, well, what I told Jack was like solo leveling, Shangri-La Frontier were the ones that I stuck with throughout the entire season.
hmm.
Everything else was like I've talked to him, like I've talked to you guys about like all these different either isekai or magic shows that I watched.
Yeah.
So it would just be honorable mentions. Like I brought up like Honey Lemon Soda, and then me and Jack really liked. I know you guys like Zenshu, and then I really liked. Me and Jack really liked. What is this one? The Escape from Princess Lessons.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
he
want
brought that
Escape
up.
from Princess Lessons. Yeah.
That's my
So
top
those, yeah, those were pretty much my top shows of the
Okay.
season. Yeah, because everything else was like I wish I could put Alchemist on there, but you guys know like what happened with that one.
Yeah,
Hmm.
even without that context, even not knowing like the whole picture of that one, it's just a weird freaking story at the end of the day. Like with all the talent in the world, he's just making toilets and carriages. I mean,
But see, in the manga, they have so much
It's
fun
not,
doing it. Like they even have like the toilet making song in
okay,
the manga. That's hilarious. Like the little
the only
weird
thing
girl.
is they got the little maid girl that like who's obsessed with anytime she does something wrong. She's like, I'm worse than dirty toilet water.
yeah, yeah.
And
It's
it's
a
like,
it's
okay,
the best gag of the show. Yeah,
Well, those
yeah,
guys look better in the manga because it's like
right,
you know why.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't get the context of it, and so that's why it was like I wish I could put it on a top 10 list, but I'm like I can't.
This
yeah,
is one of the times where like reading the manga kind of ruins the show for you a bit, just because the expectation and how it was delivered in the manga was just that
Well,
much better.
it can't ruin the show because it's not a show. Um,
It's a highlight reel.
yeah, it's like you can't like if you watch a highlight reel from a football game, can you say you watched the game?
Yeah, a lot of people do actually.
blood gems too. Yeah,
Charles
But it's like
Barkley.
yeah,
yeah.
but it's like it's not like it's not the same thing.
Yeah,
Um,
it's not the same.
so I can't even like because they try to force it into being something that it's not. It's a charming little show. It's a charming little manga. It's a slice of life. It should have been a comfort show. But they
Yeah,
try to turn it
yeah,
into like the hero summoning show, the harem hero summoning show that it's not. Because like they kick him out of that city, they kick him out of the first town in like the first half of the first episode.
hmm
He spends a long time in there, like him and the spider, like developing their relationships and
really.
developing the town and like making the town a place where people want to come to and stuff. And like there's just no comparison between like the manga didn't ruin the show for me. The show ruined the show for me. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm never as far as I'm concerned, that's not the adaptation. That's not an adaptation. That's just like the studio did what the studio wanted to do and just slapped the name on it so that it could attract people who had read the manga. But I can't think of anybody who read the manga and would be happy with that. I just can't. Because Jack's over here panning it. Like, and I get it. I get it. I get what he's saying because he's
Hmm.
making valid points. But what I'm saying is that that's not the manga at all. Like, it should have been like, like that Reborn as a pharmacist one that we were
Hmm.
watching a few seasons back. That was like kind of a comfort anime. That's what this should have been.
It kind of had the flair of the as where the guy used to work for the demons, unemployed demon guy. That one
Yeah.
too. Had that
Yeah.
flair too.
And that's what it should have had, that vibe, that like comfort anime vibe. But they decided to shove it all in one season and to like make it about the heroes. And it's like the heroes are barely mentioned. They're mentioned like once per volume in the original. Like they're not even like the main point. Like you tend to forget that they're there.
Hmm.
But they shove them in every single episode. So you think like him facing down the heroes is what's gonna like that's the whole point of the show, and it's not.
Yeah, it's odd then, because they really do. Uh, the heroes are kind of like the time frame of the show, kind of like how in Freeing, what's his name's death. Um, the hero's death.
Oh,
I can't remember his name. Himmel. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Like Himmel's death is kind of like the barometer of time. In Freeing, it's like the hero's arrival is like the barometer of time in this
The
show. So
countdown.
they,
Yeah.
yeah, so they built this hero thing up to make it seem like, oh, this is the big bad. Like this is the.
This is the
And
point
you
of the
tell it,
show.
and you're saying the manga wasn't even like that at all. So it is very odd.
Yeah.
The,
No,
the
I mean,
creative
like,
choices they made.
well, I
Yeah.
think they wanted an anime. They wanted a specific kind of anime, and they're like they cut this thing so that it fit within what they wanted.
Hmm.
Instead of doing a direct adaptation, they fit it into what they wanted and what they needed. Like, we want a reincarnation show. We want a reincarnation show that focuses on the heroes. We want a reincarnation show that focuses on harem building. Like, it's almost like an AI decided, like, hey, you know, like,
Hmm.
like
It
this is
does.
what, like, yep, like reincarnation shows are popular. Harem building is popular. Summoned heroes are popular. This is we're gonna take this anime and boil it down to like these specific parts, and then that's it.
It always feels like he's reluctantly building a hero. It's like he
He
doesn't want a hero.
he didn't want to do it in the like he was like, like, well, one of the things is like the guy comes over and finds him passed out and is like, you need help. And so the guy reluctantly, like, in the anime, like his first visit he gets slaves.
Right.
That doesn't happen in the manga. In the manga, he meets them and has to decide to come back. Like in the show, he just buys both of them at the same time. That doesn't
Right.
happen in the manga. Like, you gotta everything. It's like it's a sped up highlight reel, and they kind of mash things together. Like when they go into when they're mining, that's like a whole arc. Like where him and the dwarven like the dwarven like blacksmith has more screen time. Like that's like a whole volume. Him learning how to do things with the dwarven guy, and then going to the caves and going through the caves, and like that's a whole adventure that happens that could have taken like 3 episodes. That's like, I don't know. This could be a case study in like how they chop up manga and spit it out as an anime and
It's a
just,
very polarizing show for the
huh?
season. It's a very polarizing show for the season in a weird way. In those ways, essentially. Like it's very, 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 very noticeable.
Or, like the way Jack would say, this is literally a case study of
Yeah.
what they do, you know? Like this is literally a case study of what studios do, which shows that like they want to butcher manga that they want to butcher in order to squeeze into like, we need this kind of show this season. And
This
you're like,
this is what's hot. So this is what we're going to do with this
yeah.
show, even though that's like contrary to what it is.
They kind of did that with the High Dive show. Not as bad, thankfully, because I like that one too. But the one you were watching, Jamal, on High Dive, the Loner Life in Another World.
Hmm.
Yeah, that one actually, they really stuck to that one a lot better than
Okay.
they did with Alchemist. Yeah, that one was
Was
more
that
faithful to the manga. Uh huh.
wasn't that a
Loner,
fall anime too?
that
Which
was a
one?
fall. That was fall anime. Yes.
Yeah, that was a full anime. That one I liked. I liked that one. That one did a
I
pretty
liked
good
I
job.
liked I liked Loner Life, even though some people I think I sent you a couple of articles where people talked about how terrible it was. Like the show was fine.
Yeah,
I didn't see anything like bad about it. Whatever. It was fine.
I
It was
liked
fine.
him. I thought it was a lot better than Failure Frame.
Mm,
As far as like classes, the whole. If you take two shows that came out last season
yeah.
that were about entire classes being taken to another world, I thought that Loner Life in Another World was a lot better than Failure Frame.
Mm. And I think Alberto liked Failure Frame.
I could see why,
Yeah.
but I think that Loner Life was the better show,
You
especially as
see?
far as adaptations go.
Yeah.
Because I read some of the light novels for Failure Frame, and I
Hmm.
thought that Loner Life did a better job of adapting the manga. than
Failure
Failure
frame.
Frame did. Yeah, I still liked Failure Frame. I just didn't like it as
Right.
much as I liked Loner Life.
Loner Life.
Yeah.
It was a good fall.
Um,
Yeah, it was a good fall show.
what did you guys think of Zenshu?
Oh wait, hold on. I have a very quick surprise catch up. It's this is not anime related. I got the frozen red lobster biscuits.
Oh,
Yeah, I tried those. Those are good.
They are good. They are good.
oh, you got the frozen. There's frozen ones.
They're
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
I did it with uh biscuits and gravy one day.
Oh
I wish I
wow.
did. I wish I did the gravy better, but yeah, the biscuits stood out.
I can eat the biscuits by themselves, man. Those things. Well, we get the box and
You
we
get the
make it.
box.
Hmm.
Mm,
We get the box and then we add the cheese
mm.
and we make them in the oven. And oh my god, those things are addictive.
Yeah, they have frozen ones like
Oh wow.
that's already pre-made and everything. You just got to like warm it up in the oven,
Oh
and
my
then they
god.
give you like the little sauce to make. So
Okay.
yeah, it was good. It was good. I went to Jewel and it was they had a bunch of like the Red Lobster stuff on sale last week. It was like was it buy one get? I think it was like buy one get two free.
And you're
Okay.
telling me this now? What kind of friend are
It's
you?
it was dude. I was in a rush because this I was like right. This was right before I went to pick Christina and Marley up from school, and I'm like, oh God, I got to think of a dinner plan because I don't have a dinner plan for the night. And then I saw that, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. And so I went and I got that, and I like made it to school like right before they got out. And so,
It
and then
saved
I've
you.
been it's been on my mind. You realize it's been on my mind. It did. I wanted to say it, and I didn't think about it. And then I saw you eating. I was like, oh, that kind of reminds me. So, yeah,
Okay.
good. That was a good suggestion.
Yeah, those are delicious. Yeah. I've never made them
Yeah,
with
delicious.
gravy the way Jack did, but that sounds good too.
I never made them with gravy either. Jack's put me on something.
Or at least Red style, or just chop it up kind of style. You definitely have to
Mm,
have homemade gravy, like legit 100%. Because I did the cheap crap, not worth it.
the cheap like packet thing.
Yeah, it was like a super hungry type of trip. I'm like, okay, I'll spend $8 on these biscuits. It's worth it, and I'll just get a cheap $1 packet, whatever. Fuck.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
those
okay.
are. Yeah, I'm glad I recommended those to you because I couldn't believe that you hadn't had them. And I
Mm-mm.
was like, no, you have to have these because they're delicious. Yeah. I found the boxes. I don't remember when I remember liking them at Red Lobster, but then
Hmm.
I don't know when I found the boxes and we started making them at home. I didn't know they were frozen, so thank you for that because now I'll be looking for those at Jewel.
Yeah, they got. I think it's like a maybe an 8 pack. Yeah.
Yeah, my fat ass will be buying two of those.
It
Yeah,
was good. It was good. Um,
I'm glad you enjoyed that recommendation, sir.
have you tried have you seen the churro cornbread? Like you saw because I didn't. There's like one of those taco shell makers. They have like a churro cornbread.
Oh
So
wow.
Is it
like
old?
a
Was
like
is it
like
like Old El Paso maybe? The ones in the
Let
yellow box.
yeah, that might be
It's
old.
Old El Paso, right? Yeah,
I think so.
they have like a churro cornbread in a box. So like we were in the store today and I saw it. I was like, I'm gonna get this.
Let me know
I
how
don't
that is.
know. I don't know when I'm gonna make it because I can't tell you the last time I bought eggs because they're ridiculously expensive.
They are. They are.
But when the next time I get eggs, I'll make that and I'll let you know.
All right, cool, cool. Yeah, I haven't made anything. I made French toast a couple last weekend. That was it.
Tomorrow I'm making pancakes.
Nice,
First
Making
nice.
time.
pancakes, making bacon pancakes,
Yep.
making bacon, then put it in the pancake.
I just need to know that rap.
I just wanted to. I want to make another batch of chili. I've been craving some chili, so
It's
that might
chili
go.
season. It
Yep,
is kind of like, yeah,
that might go well with the churro cornbread.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
That will go well. I'll have to send you guys a picture once we're out of here.
yeah.
But
You're gonna have to.
Kuma's is having a random burger for a couple days, and it's with chorizo gravy. Chorizo
Chorizo gravy.
gravy, not the exact chorizo pills,
Oh,
not even the cheap kind. You get a Joel chorizo,
right.
the gravy, the red stuff.
Oh,
Um, um,
I don't know what to say.
that place we go to, Jack, Old Irving.
Okay, yeah,
They had um the pulled pork bourbon barbecue sandwich,
okay,
but they had a jalapeno coleslaw that was absolutely freaking delicious, man.
dang.
Like I don't even know. Like me and Eric were talking about this, and like I'm like I'm like Eric, you got to make this for your tacos, man. I'm like, hold on.
jalapeno coleslaw. That sounds delicious.
It was fire. That was fire. I was like, this is the perfect balance of like with the sweet from the maple, you get the creaminess of the coleslaw, and then the heat from the jalapenos.
Mhm.
I'm like, this is it was I divide. Usually, when I go there, I usually finish my fries before I finish the burger. The
Mhm.
sandwich was gone before I even got into the fries, and I'm like, oh, shit. Yeah. Once I took that bite, I'm like, Edwin, you can't order another one. You can't. It's just no, no. But yeah, that was like me and Eric have talked about replicating that sandwich because it was just that
Mm,
good. Yep. And when I
shout
said,
out
yeah, shout out to Eric, the master
shout out
chef.
to Eric,
Yep.
Master Chef. He is the I'll release this. He has agreed to do Marley's first birthday party.
Woo!
And we're letting him do the whole thing since he's like still mad that he couldn't do the whole thing for the baby shower.
He's
So
still talking about that.
he's gonna do the whole thing. He's gonna do the whole thing.
Yep.
So we got to finalize a menu for him at some
just give the
point.
man Tito's. That's all I'm gonna say. Just give the man some
Oh yeah,
Tito's.
we're gonna do right. We're gonna do right by Eric, man. We're gonna do right by Eric for sure.
Yeah, just let him work his magic, and it's like he's the only
Well, let him.
person where he's the only person where if he says he's doing an all chicken menu, I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
okay. It's like,
Whatever.
yeah, it's like whatever Eric wants to do.
Let
I'm
him
like,
do it.
yep.
The jalapeno slaw with the chicken on top as a sandwich, Eric style.
I'm hurting you.
Okay,
Oh,
that could work.
yeah, that could
Like
definitely
chicken,
work.
like jalapeno coleslaw chicken sliders.
Oh God, yeah. That sounds amazing. That sounds
Let me
amazing.
let me write this down. We're just spitballing here. I'm sorry, everybody. We kind of like went off track from
But in the
the anime, but this is very important. You if you haven't had any of Eric's food, Eric is a tremendous chef. Well, he's not. I mean, he's never gone to school or anything, but he might as well have because everything this dude makes is on point. Good friend of
He,
ours.
he
So, um,
his leftovers impressed my sister, who was a certified chef. I think he
wow,
graduated.
Yeah. Dude, I still have people asking me to try to get his recipes from that baby shower. I still have people ask me, hey, can you ask can I get the can you give me the cheese cabbage recipe? Can you get this recipe? I'm like, look, I can't disclose the man's recipes, and I
Please,
am not going to hound him about it. That's it. That's what he does. You're just gonna have to, figure it out for yourself.
if anybody should have their own podcast about cooking, it should be Eric.
It should be
I'm
Eric.
telling you. Yep.
It should be Eric. It should be Eric. It'll be very entertaining too.
Yeah. Well, that'd be.
Yeah,
All right. So that's one of the things that we need to make happen this year.
we
Is
need to make that happen.
yep, Eric needs his own TikTok cooking TikTok.
And food truck.
Huh? Yep.
We're
And
gonna
food
yeah
truck.
we're gonna work on getting Eric a food truck for sure. Because
Yeah.
I know the food truck. Um, I hear like food trucking in Chicago is just very difficult. Um, because they're so um
Regulated.
regulated. Exactly, they're so regulated. But I know if Eric could get a food truck and he could like get in a good spot, he can clean up. Man. He can clean up because he's so good at what he does. Shout out to Eric. So what you asked me? What you asked? You asked about Zenshu, right?
Yeah. If you guys like Senchu.
I did.
It made my honorable mention.
Okay. Cool.
Zenshu is my number 10.
Okay.
Zenshu's my number 10.
I had I liked it. Um I just some of the things that like like I like the animation. I like the throwbacks
Hmm.
to like the 80s and 90s animation styles.
Hmm.
I like some of the story elements, but I didn't feel like it was being its own thing enough. Um, like I felt as a protagonist, like she took too long to make it center stage. Um,
That's a good observation. I agree there. Because
Hmm.
yeah,
the first episode, like we've mentioned prior, like that you can be satisfied with that first episode alone. It's
yeah,
his own short movie, and the thing about it where I'm like, okay, maybe that's why I'm not so crazy about the show is because she revealed her face at the end, and similar how I critiqued uh, Minakawa, essentially him being stone cold. He should have done that throughout the whole season instead of reveal the secret after the first episode. I think that should have like been a decent build because you see more of her identity later in the season, kind of thing. So I feel like the answers were kind of answered there because at the end of the day, she just loves art. She just loves what she does, and that's where the world's come alive essentially. So
yeah.
that's why I got it. I'm like, okay, I'm satisfied.
Okay, cool.
And I didn't mind the reveal of her face too much. But I can see why you would want to keep that like a
It's just
mystery.
me, yeah, and it's just me nitpicking
Yeah.
because it was like that's why I question why I'm like so on the show because that or episode essentially is a movie. It's essentially you get the whole shebang and the glorious tribute, probably the greatest tribute ever to Nausicaa in that singular episode.
It was
Yeah,
there was yeah, yeah.
yeah. The whole thing is kind of
I can see that.
yeah. The whole thing is kind of a love letter to like Nausicaa, and that being like somebody's like favorite anime film and inspiring them into having that career and like the love of the movie and watching it over and over again and knowing the character and knowing the plot points and
And
knowing
the
like
references, yeah,
knowing all the references and then she essentially is a messiah kind of because
Yeah.
she has foreknowledge of everything that's going to happen because that's combined with her art, that's her OP ability. She's like
yeah.
OP
Hmm.
like prophet. But I don't feel like I think she's kind of a cipher for too long. Like they play up the like she's kind of like the shut-in artist who like it's scary to watch them eat because they're starving, and so when they do eat,
Hmm.
they've forgotten like how to eat around people. I thought that was a funny running gag throughout the thing.
Yeah.
But
The
yeah,
total artist gremlin.
yeah. But my thing was it was just she was too weak to start with. Um, I felt like she should have had a stronger character like to begin with.
Hmm.
And she doesn't really like everybody else pretty much is like the star of the show until she finds her legs, and I didn't like that part. I'm
And
like,
that's what I mean. Ultimately,
yeah,
something about having that identity shown later on. Growth, essentially growth.
yeah.
I mean,
We all knew
we
she was a
knew it.
girl.
We knew she was a girl.
Yeah,
No,
We
no,
knew she was a
growth,
girl.
growth. I meant like character
Oh,
growth.
oh,
Yeah.
oh! I thought you said girl. My bad. My
Oh,
bad.
oh, my bad.
I thought you said to reveal she was a girl. Um, I think that's what this show is about. Partially because she was that hot shot mangaka that's like I'm just let me do it. I got it
Do it by yourself.
and do it by herself because the growth with her is her love of Luke, right? And her love of this movie. That's the growth because the original thing was she's supposed to write this movie about romance and she has no frame of reference. So she gets isekai'd into this world of this movie that she does love and this love of Luke as the hero. And that's the growth of her.
mm,
Uh, that's her growth. But I don't think they they made the point strong. They if you don't remember the first episode and that part of the first episode, it's not going to make sense because they
Yeah,
didn't revisit it until like a week or two ago when like the her boss kind of like came into the world and she had the flashback of was this oh no this might have been the last episode when her and Unio are kind of sitting there in the movie theater and she's like watching the movie all over again and she's having these flashbacks in her head of no these weren't flashbacks these were just thoughts of her of the owner of the studio talking about her doing this romance story and everything and it's like oh yeah that is what she was working on when she like was brought into this world. So if you have that as a frame of reference and then you think it's Luke's love story the whole time and it's like all right we want to save Luke the hero because Luke loses everybody and everything and he dies and it's sad and in the last episode she realizes that this is her love story and she realizes that Luke has been with there the whole time throughout her life and then they flash back to her watching the movie and she has a keychain of Luke that hangs off of her backpack and she does drawings of Luke that helped her get into the art school and that is where the growth of the character comes from.
mm,
So at first we saw it like when she was like drawing and it was all right we got some voids and she's just like all right I'll draw. She does something and gets rid of it and then it's okay well you're drawing and you're getting rid of everybody but Luke isn't here and then she slowly realizes okay I can't do everything I need to rely on them some more you
yeah.
know
She needs a team. Yeah,
she needs a team so that was some of her growth it's like all right it's just not about just me just drawing this stuff I
yeah,
need
yeah.
the team so now that's the growth that she had from before when It was like, hey, do you want somebody to work on the backgrounds or whatever? She's like, nah, I'll do it. It's easier. So there has been growth of that character, but you have to kind of realize, like, you have to remember what happened to lead up to her coming into this world for that to shine through.
Yeah, and
And
it's a
I
small
don't.
window that is a small window
Yes.
as it is. Yeah,
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 yeah. So I don't think they were effective enough telling that story before she came into the world.
I
I think
know.
if they would have showed that earlier instead of in flashbacks in the later episodes, it would have played out a lot of it would have showed her growth better.
Yeah, because
Uh,
that's what I took out of it too. Like, if it's going to be a
yeah,
personal journey, make it a personal journey, not just a grand
yeah,
epic or a
yeah.
total homage to everything art. So
So it
Yeah.
is like an homage to art, and I think it's another one of those that's kind of indicative of work life balance, especially in that field.
the
Yeah.
and it's made by Mappa,
Yeah,
ironically.
and it's made by Mappa, so it's kind of like poking at them in a way.
Yeah.
But yeah, she has shown growth, but you kind of forget about it until the later episodes when they flash back to like why she's there.
Yeah.
And then when she remembers, like, okay, this romance is, I always loved Luke, I always loved it. Now it's like, at the end, she should, if she comes back to life, which I'm assuming she will, she'll be able to write this great romance story because she realized, how she didn't know. I think the her boss asked her one time, like, well, if you're struggling with romance, just think of your first love. And she didn't have one because she's been so career oriented with this, and
Ah,
so
but she
now
did, and it was Luke.
but she did, and it was Luke. So I think that's where it's going to end up. But again, they could have done better to explain her shortcomings, so you can better see her growth throughout the season.
Yeah.
So and you two are really good at spotting stuff in shows. And Edwin, I always said, like, you're the heart and soul of the podcast because you're really into, like, the emotion of the shows and the emotion of these characters. And Jack is so into, like, Jack is like the setting and the setup, and he's like the motivations of the characters. So if you two had trouble seeing that, they did not effectively portray it.
And similar to Elkins, similar to
Yeah.
uh, the season in general with a lot of shows in between. Because this show could have been number one. It could have been like its own free in a weird way. It's
Hmm.
just it's just something about it was just like it was like the paint didn't dry on the canvas. There's something about it was like their idea was perfect. It just didn't settle. And timing, it could have
Hmm.
been just like the overall themes and what you pretty much elaborated greatly, Jamal. It just didn't flesh out. So
It could be one
yeah,
of those shows that it could be one of those shows that's better on a rewatch. Once you, like, oh, okay, oh, I get this.
yeah.
It could be one of those, but I like it. It definitely has its flaws, but I
And
think
and then the most minuscule, we bring it up because it's such a unique kind of thing where it should like could be an overdrive how much we love it, especially with references to Ghibli.
Well,
It's like, oh
it's like
Mhm.
keep your hands off Isaacin, where like
yes,
that show is like essentially the same kind of thing, where it's like their
Mhm.
love of animation and the references. It's a show about the love of animation,
and
but
they do
it's
Ghibli references too. Yes, yes.
yeah, but you get their heart and soul comes across. Like their love and their passion and why they're doing this comes across. Their determination, their desire, all of that comes across. Whether it's to express their love of the town and the place that they live, or whether it's to make, money. You get the different aspects of why people get into animation and what their love of it is. The beauty of motion, or like the love of my town and my creativity. And Senshu tries to do the same thing, but it doesn't. Like I said, where Jamaal, I think the focus is too small. Where Jamal
Mm-hmm.
brings that to the forefront, where it's all about like that romance that she
Yeah.
needs to experience. Like she's experienced it, she just hasn't realized it. But that's her love, and you lose the love of like the other things, like the love of animation. It's all there,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not there, like you said, in the emotion or the motivations of the character, because it's simplified to like it's her and Luke's love story. But for all of us, it's like the love story of animation, but
Yeah.
it's just not presented through the characters.
You
Yeah,
know what?
precisely.
We found the problem with it. It's there's a disconnect because to us it is like the love animation, and that's not what it is for this character. And I don't think they didn't quite hit on that balance
Yeah,
because they could be both. It could very well be both because this is a fictional character, and
yeah,
that's not a bad thing because we all have fictional characters that we, it's like this person motivates me or I'm inspired by this character. They represent so much. Um, you know, I'm not
the
going to
female
bring up.
character, the female
Yeah,
characters in Robotech. I mean, Lisa Hayes and Lin Minmay. I mean, I can still like I know their names now, and that was like 40 years ago.
Yeah.
But they were like my first like they were some of my first anime crushes. And I still remember them like 40 years on. But I wouldn't bring them up like if I was talking about animation, I'd bring up Nausicaa as
yeah,
my
absolutely.
cornerstone. I wouldn't bring up my crushes. I wouldn't bring up my anime crushes. That's a totally different. That's a totally different love, and
Yeah.
that's based off of something as a child, where
Hmm.
my love of animation runs so much deeper and is so much more profound. And if we were going
Yeah.
to have a discussion about that, and I think that's what you're talking about, there's the disconnect
Right.
between like the love of animation, which is represented by Nausicaa, but then the love of like those two characters who might inspire me, but they don't
Mm,
inspire me or motivate me the way that like Nausicaa did.
right. Right.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
I think that's where the disconnect is. What did
and I think
what do
that's
you think? What do you think about that, Jack?
Yeah, essentially, you guys brought up the nose
Yeah.
and anime in its own right, like we've discussed prior in our prior podcast, and what I've tried to bring up every now and then, how all of it's connected, all of it's synergy. It's almost like an
Hmm.
Easter egg in every episode is a callback to another show or a different genre, even Japanese cinema and Japanese culture, of course. And
Yes.
and yeah, it's just one of those things where you know as we're in this finite bubble as it is with depreciation of anime, the newer fans are just gobbling all this great content within seconds. Kyle of the podcast watched all of One Piece.
Hmm.
No way in hell I will start that journey right off the bat, even
Me
20 years
neither.
ago, even 20 years ago. So
yeah,
it, what this show ultimately does, and like I brought up with Mappa, with their grievances over the last couple of years with the treatment of workers, it's
Mm.
definitely you still gotta do it and you still love it, and this is like the half there, and thus the disconnect there too, where it's
Mm.
like we're doing the best we can and we're going to do the best quality we can. We just don't love it, or at least this project.
Yeah.
And I'm not
It
trying to be
could be for
cynical.
it could be for the money.
Yeah,
We love this stuff, but for them it's still a business. It's still, the animators might love it, Because like I remember when season 2 of Blue Lock came out, and everybody was talking about how poor the quality of some of the episodes were. And like one of the animators came out and he was like, "Yeah, I worked on this show. You know, the animators worked hard on it. We wanted to put out a better product, but they didn't want to spend the money on people doing the backgrounds or the key designs or all that technical stuff."
Yeah, and,
And
and
it's
when
like, yeah, it's not us that don't want to do it. They don't want to pay for it.
yeah, and
So
similar dilemma with another Netflix one, the Ito adaptation of Uzumaki.
no, that to be fair, that was not Netflix. That was Cartoon Network. So
Oh,
that was
yeah, there you
that
go.
was Max.
And that was a budget thing there too. So
Yeah, that was a budget thing too. That was one of my disappointments from last season.
I've noticed
Uzumaki.
I've noticed in a lot of, especially a lot of these shows that have a little bit less quality in their animation, that more and more like background characters don't have faces.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
it really annoys the hell out of me. I'm like, if a poor drawn face is better than a no, then like, because you're not doing this for artistic reasons. You're just doing this because you're choosing not to animate that, and you're getting away on the cheap. And for some shows, I don't care. It's like, all right, I'm just watching this for fun. It's a comfort anime or
Mhm.
whatever. But I really am afraid that that's going to work its way into like the higher end projects. And I'm just like, you guys need to stop with this. This isn't a trend that's like anime is it's profitable enough. You can make your money back on anime, I'm sure, because this has gotten so popular that like just negotiate with the studios because it's in demand.
Mhm.
Get your money, get your money and deliver the goods because the money's out there. And so it's like just get that money because it's like short shrifting people on animation, when it's like people are just gonna like get fed up and stop. Because we've already seen it with some of these things where the animation just gets so bad that people are like, I'm out. They're not going to tolerate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and especially in the more popular shows, I'm like, why would you sabotage yourself? It's like Netflix waiting 3 years or 5 years to put on a second season, and then it's crap. Like, why? Why are you doing it? You have something. Invest in the product and like give us a good product that's worth coming back for. Otherwise, it's like you just lost. Like you just cracked your golden egg and like cooked it. It's like, all right, bye, bye, Felicia.
Mhm.
You like
I agree.
no one to blame but themselves.
Yeah. No one blames. They got to figure that out, man. Especially with the business and how it's exploding. I read an article and it was like it was talking about like women, I think, like women, how women and teenagers and women, like men are still like the majority that's watching anime, but I think it
Mm-hmm.
said something by like 2040, it's like women and teenagers are going to be like right up there too.
I can believe
So
it.
yeah, so it's
A
like
lot of
this
these,
thing is
yeah,
exploding, man.
a lot of these anime and a lot of these mangas are more geared toward women now than
Mhm.
they are toward men, and you're seeing that shift. And I think that like when we were talking about that law that's coming out, or like here on Crunchyroll, where they
Yeah.
have like parental warnings, it's like this is what you're
Hmm.
going to find within your show. Is like I think that you're going to see a trend away from like the female or the male power fantasies
Yeah.
to like more like romantasy or female driven female MCs or like girl love
Mm.
or boy love. So you're
popularity.
gonna see, yeah, you're gonna see the popularity in those things rise, and then like shows like for the teenagers, shows like One Piece, are gonna be even more popular.
Hmm.
There's gonna be like and solo or like solo leveling where like it's gonna like the money's there, the market's there. I'm like, these people are watching
Yeah.
it, they're buying the manga. Women, like, I just working in retail and seeing the book sales, it's like teenage women will buy stacks of manga.
Yeah.
They just will. They'll buy stacks. And there are comics and manga that are geared solely toward them. Like my graphic novel section right now, it's like it's I just have women ordering it right now, and the stuff they're ordering is selling. And it would it be stuff that I would traditionally sell to men? No, it's not. You have, like Heart Stoppers or Lore Olympus. These
Skip and
are
Loafer.
mhm. These are manga. These are comics that are geared toward women and teenagers and teenage women. So it's like the market's growing and they need to keep up with it. And we saw this. We saw how big anime and manga were becoming. Like what I think before
Hmm.
it even hit,
Yeah.
before the big studios and everything realized, oh, this is going to be huge. It's like, no, I think it's bigger than you think it's going to be. Like, yeah, I'm still
Yeah.
shocked. I It boggles my mind that there's still only like one big streaming service for anime. Um, I think that shows us kind of like the world we're living in when it comes to like the way products are distributed. And I think
Hmm.
it's so stupid for something that's growing so fast and so big. I'm shocked that there's not a Netflix for anime.
Yes, I read an article
There
with
will be.
for the spring preview.
Uh-huh.
There's already like 10 shows now you picked up at the moment. One of them is the new one from the Cowboy Bebop director, Lazarus. That's not
That
picked up
hasn't
yet.
been picked up.
I
Wow.
think it's gonna be
No.
I think it's gonna be Netflix
No.
at the
No.
end of
No.
the
No. 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 That's a
Netflix.
cartoon. That's a Cartoon Network show. It's going to be on Max.
So
Hmm.
Max, okay. And then a Heron Sound as well. It hasn't been picked up yet, from what I read. Season two.
That's surprising.
Because it was
Really?
Crunchyroll previous season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really shocking because that first season was so good.
So yeah, it's another one I didn't even finish because it's on YouTube. I just didn't have like the patience for it because of the pirating. I have a crush at work. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
it's like one of those things where we're going back to the surface with pirating, but if we have this whole collection of fans doing that reverse and the ones that are just getting into it, that's going to be fascinating too.
Well, yeah, because they
Yeah.
don't care. I mean, they don't have money.
Yeah,
Teenagers, they don't. Teenagers don't have the money, and these kids are all over the internet now.
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, they spread memes like wildfire. So I'm sure if a show is popular and it becomes, they like with Dan to Dan. I mean, I swear to God, I think half of Dan to Dan's popularity comes from like TikTok
In the OP, yeah.
and the memes. Yeah, that OP, like
Hmm.
everybody was like, it was like the most searched for thing on Google one week,
Hmm.
and it was the memes. So they know how to like they'll find it. These people they don't care about the law. They will find
I
it and they will
told
watch
y'all.
it.
I tell you all the time, man.
Well, it's not
Me
even
paying, me paying for a streamer, me paying for anything, is me being nice.
well, it's not even
I can
it's
find it.
it's not you're thinking the old way. Like these kids, to them it doesn't matter whether you're paying for it or not. If somebody says go here and watch it, they're going to go there and watch it because they'll think,
Well,
oh, I can watch it there. It's not even about
they know where to watch it, because it's
yeah,
not like when we were coming up. We had these websites that we could go to, like all the pirated sites that we went to watch movies and stuff. Now they got apps.
yeah.
Like the sites that they go to, is they grew up with it, so it's a lot easier for them to find out. It's like, all right, hey, you want to watch this anime? You tell them to go watch it. They'll say, all right, it's on Kiss Anime. They don't even know it. This is on Crunchyroll. You can get it right now for free. Like, just sign up for a Crunchyroll. You don't have to go through all this. But they just know, it's just second nature to them.
Yeah.
So
Somebody will give them a link on Reddit and they're gone.
yeah,
They've watched like 50 shows and it's like, what? And they're like, yeah, I watched it, like they're not going to wait. They're not going to wait for the streamers to catch up with them.
well, they have the time.
They do
They have
have
the
the time.
time.
They
They have
have
the
the time.
time. So we don't. As an adult, you don't have the time to go through all that. Like I
No,
can't sit down. I don't have the time to sit down and binge through One Piece. I'm sorry, I don't. I
no.
can't. Not.
Yeah.
I would have to like. This is all I'm doing for a year.
Yeah.
Like I've read something or heard something somewhere. Like if you were to watch One Piece from beginning to end, skip all the intros, skip the ending, it'll take you like 80 minutes or 80 days to watch.
Oh, Jesus.
Like
That's
I ain't get,
an amount
I
of
don't have
time.
I don't have time for that.
No.
I don't have time for that. Do I watch an intro and an ending once or twice with an anime, and I'm like, all right, let me skip this. Let me skip this. I'm chopping off 5 minutes here, so I have
Yeah.
time. So I have that 5 minutes to do something else. And then if it's a show that gives you a little recap in the beginning, I could cut off that a minute and a half too. So it gets me down to a good 17, 18 minutes. Like I can that way I can watch 4 or 5 shows in a day, and it's nothing, and
Yeah.
then still have time to go do the other things that I want to do. I don't have time to. I do not have the time to sit there and watch this opening and this ending every time,
No.
and expect me to watch these other shows. And
Well, it depends on the opening and ending because I mean, um,
for me, it does not. I don't care how good it is.
me and
I
Jackson,
don't have the time.
I
Well,
watched
One Piece
Demon
does have one of the
Princess.
greatest songs ever. I had to put it. Hope that OP.
Mm,
Yeah, beautiful song. Beautiful song.
Well, Sleepy Princess and the Demon Castle, I watched 3 times just so I could hear the opening song and the
There you go.
closing song. Yeah, so yeah, I'm guilty of that.
I'm not doing it. I don't
Yeah,
have the time. I have other things that I got to do, and that's what that's what all these people in the entertainment industry have to think about. You're not competing with just other anime shows. You're competing with everything. I want to
laundry,
read.
movies,
I want to
reading.
watch a movie. I want to play my PlayStation. I want to play my Nintendo. I want to go outside. Like you're competing with every form of entertainment there is out there. So I have to cut down as much time as I can so I can fit in everything that I want to do.
This,
So,
in a general sidebar, I want you guys' opinion on this. Because
mhm.
further in this long with the podcast, do you think this season was the weakest with openings and closes? Because I think it was. I
Yeah,
I
there was
only
nothing
I
like.
only like two openings and two closings. That's it.
Well, my favorite, like the one that I mean, and I talked to you guys about this. I think for the receptionist,
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, that I'm like, I don't know, like it's. I love that opening. I don't know what it has to do with the show.
that's the thing.
Nothing.
I was
Yeah.
telling Jamal this because, like,
Yeah.
I was telling that receptionist, I love the setup because
Mhm.
at the end of the day, she just wants to work and have a steady life. But the OP teases that she used to have grand adventures or is
Yeah.
about to have grand adventures.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like when are we gonna get to that part of the show?
Maybe you don't. Maybe you
I,
don't.
I don't
Similar
think we,
uncle. Similar uncle from another world. That OP was a tease too.
Mhm.
yeah, so I don't know what's going on, but I love it. And it's
It's a fun
weird
open.
because yeah, it matches like the closing
Yeah, and I like that opening.
to
That
the
one
I
and
song.
love. I like the closing. But but
Yep.
it's just like what it's so wacky.
yeah, yeah.
But I do like it.
Yeah,
I'll
this
listen
has
to it for a
nothing
few
to do.
seconds and then quit.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the tone of the show,
Nothing at all.
but I can't think of another one that I liked better.
Because I was disappointed with the apothecary opening and closing. Like, yeah,
Hmm.
not better than the other ones.
The other apothecary was better. This one isn't bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I like the opening a little more than the closing.
same.
Um,
I
but
do
I
like the
don't. It's not.
closing. Go ahead. I like
No,
the
no, no. I
closing
was
for.
done.
Oh, okay. I like the closing for solo leveling. Um, I
Mm,
like I like the that he's kind of like split in two, and
mm,
yeah, I like the message that sends. Like there's the scared version of him, and there's kind of like the king version of him. And I like the music for it too. I like the artwork,
mm.
I like the music. I mean, the animation and the music. The opening is okay. I'm trying to think of anything else this season.
I like
Shangri-La's
the.
opening. I didn't like,
I,
but I
I
do like the
like.
closing.
I like the music on the opening of Solo Leveling, but I like the animation on the closing.
Oh, okay,
SLF. Which one is that?
Yeah,
I
the
like the
Royal
closing.
one.
Yeah,
Closing's good.
I like the
yeah.
opening for Shangri-La Frontier as well. I like the music.
Okay,
But the animation, it was too dark.
Yeah, that's why I didn't like it.
Um,
yeah.
it was just too dark and I don't know why it had to be so grim. Uh, it didn't work for me. Though I do like the song.
Yeah, the
Marley and I
tone.
do.
Yeah.
We do enjoy this, so we do enjoy the opening song.
Does Marley dance to it?
She just kind of like he gets it like because it's got the little bounce to it, so she kind of like
It knows she knows it's
yeah,
coming.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
And so like we was watching and like Christina came in one day when she was like I don't know she was doing something in the room. She came back and she was like and she saw Marley and we are watching the opening and Marley's like and she's like she's really into that. I was like yeah, that's her show. Um, I I
Marley's got a
I,
good
I
taste.
there are I do like the two openings I do like are I like the Medalist opening and I like the Orb opening for sure.
There you go. Yeah.
I I,
Or
li- I do love the opening. And they finally like made the Orb opening song available for streaming a few weeks ago.
yes. Like
So
the
I'm like
artist.
that was cool. That was cool.
That's the first time I was introduced to that band, and that band has a lot of songs. That's the only anime I think they have though.
Really?
Okay.
And I
Wow.
think at the moment I'm doing deep dive. I've yet to hear another one.
Okay. That's cool because they do have that opening is I really enjoy that opening song. And I didn't want to
It's a weird song
because
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 it's
it's
like a
that like folksy like that's just not my music style.
yeah.
But I love that. I love that song.
I kind of like singing it whenever I'm like doing chores around the
I
house.
sing it. I sing it
Yeah.
too.
Not the day, yo. Not the
Yeah,
day, like
yeah,
especially when it goes high. Who's a
yeah. I
cotty?
do too.
And then
I do
once it
the
gets to the
same thing.
epic bridge, Come de sekai, nice
Mhm.
the
Oh wow.
calmness.
It's
That
a
song
good
cracks me up.
song. It's a good song. I can't say anything bad about it. So Orb definitely has a good song, but the Medalist opening is probably my favorite opening this
Yeah, that one's
season.
good.
Everything for that works. The music, the animation, everything for that works for me.
Yeah, that's a more traditional one where they introduce all the characters that are coming
Hmm.
up. Yeah.
The rivals. Yeah, do it.
Yeah. It's fun to see like them and their outfits and stuff. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mentioned that as my surprise catch up. I because I had watched
Yes.
3 or 4 episodes, and yeah,
Hmm.
I could see why you guys like it. Yeah.
Jamal was the original OG. Just checked out Hulu.
I did check it out. See, that's the good thing about like, all right, I wanna watch at least one show from every streamer
Yeah.
because it'll. because something like Hulu it's only available in the U.S. So like when they have um an exclusive, it's like, oh, okay. Well, I don't have too much to choose from. This is it.
Yeah,
All right, I'll roll with it.
it's like I'm watching this
Uh,
one show just like High Dive. It's
yeah,
like, what?
yeah. High Dive. I tried. Like I was looking at the stuff on High Dive this season. I'm just like, just nothing is
You're like,
nothing. Like I'm looking at the stuff, and like the release schedule was weird because like the first few weeks they only had one show, and like that one didn't like capture
that
my
makes sense.
interest,
Yeah.
so I never went back to it.
Okay.
Um, I was gonna watch that. What's it called? Like Flower and Ishura.
I missed
I
that one.
saw
Yeah.
I saw that on there, and I was like, maybe this will be my like high dive watch. And I think I watched like 5 minutes of it and fell asleep, and I just never. Not that it was a bad show.
You
I
were
just wasn't
tired. Yeah.
interested. I wasn't
Yeah.
interested in any of the high dive titles this year or this season. That's all.
Well, they tend to those shows that I don't think would fit in other places
Yeah.
um, for various reasons. I don't think those are your shows, Jamal.
Well,
Uh,
some shows, they have some. They do have their fair share. I mean, they have Oshinoko, and every streamer will want that. So I give them credit there.
yeah,
Um,
I guess. Okay.
and what else they had?
Oh,
They
so
had some,
a quick wallet slayer. I did like the. I sent you guys the. Did I send you guys the figure from that show? Because
from which one?
I think on Instagram from Oshinoko, they did a
Oh, yeah,
figure.
yeah.
And that
Yes.
was a really nice figure. Like I'm like,
Yeah.
I may not be a fan of the show, but I could appreciate like, wow, this is really nice.
I saw a really nice. I don't know who did it, but I saw a really nice Mau Mau figure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I saw a really nice one though, and I was like, "Oh, this is good work."
I got
Like
the
it,
pop up.
it kind of makes me mad now because we were in the store today and they had like some Dragon Ball figures,
Yeah.
and Christina was like, "Go ahead and get it," and I was just like, "Nah." You guys kind of like made me like figure snobs in a way. I'm just like, nah, this ain't. I ain't feeling this.
Yeah. I bought my godson two Dragon Ball figures for Christmas, and he didn't have them displayed. And I'm like, why don't you have them displayed? And he took them out and he put them out, but they were like more like the the big ones with like like 3 points of articulation and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
But he loves Dragon Ball, so I'm like, these are awesome. Like to me, they were awesome, but I get that they're not like as detailed because he loves Fate. He loves that Fate series. He's got
Yeah, the
almost
kids love that. The kids love that series.
and he's got almost every character, but like the figures are really nice. Like he has the girl that plays King Arthur on a horse. And I'm looking at this thing and I know he paid a lot. That's definitely a wild slayer for him. I know he paid for a lot for it, but I'm like, this thing is articulated to the point of like, it's got multiple heads, it's got multiple arms, it's got multiple swords. The horse is a stunning figure into itself. So it's like, yeah, dude, I'm not dropping 250 on your Christmas present. I just, I
Mm-mm.
told him, I'm like, I can't. Like, you paid two
I
hundred
can't
dollars
do
for
that.
this. Yeah, I'm
I
like, I
can't
get
do.
it. Yeah,
That's like a 18th birthday graduation. You know,
yeah,
there's got to be a big special occasion for me to drop 250 on a figure.
yeah. It's like here's your wedding present or whatever. It's like,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I can't. I
So
just can't. I can't. 250 is just a lot of money for a figure. Yeah.
yeah. Well, for some figures, like um God, Jack, which was the villainous. So I'm the villainous. So what?
Oh, that one. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm,
Like there was literally only one figure, and it was like
really?
almost like a $300 figure.
Sounds like Comey. Thanks, Jack.
Okay. And there's no traditional Comey figure just yet. It's just
There's
no,
No.
no even pop up. They only have the face switch ones, and
no traditional Comey, all because Jack hated this first season of the show.
um,
Yep.
The Knife 50 Club running gag. We don't
Yeah.
have Kobe merch because of Jack.
I, I do have that space switch one, the small miniature one. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I never got that one. I don't know what happened. That was ordered from China, but it never
It
showed up.
never showed up.
you gotta
Never
go
When
showed
for
did
the
you
up.
bigger
order it?
brands.
Huh? Oh,
When did
this
you
is
order
years.
it?
This is more than like 2 years ago, man. It's like,
Yeah, because like anything that was ordered like during COVID time, so much of that stuff fell off the boat.
yeah,
It never made it to shore. It
yeah.
was just like, no, we're just not gonna send
Nope.
it. We're
Yeah.
just not gonna send
Or,
it.
or it might still be sitting on some port in some box
Yeah,
that we
yeah, yeah.
they
Like,
never got
sorry,
back.
sorry, the port shut down. Uh,
Yeah. And
so
I pre-order things so often that like I
you tend to
forget.
forget.
Yeah, something shows up and it's a huge box, and my mom's like, "What is that?" And I'm like, "I don't know. It could be anything. You know, like it could be anything." And I open it up and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I pre-ordered this last year."
Yeah,
Yeah, but that's the only way you could get some things now because
yeah. They
if you
sell
don't
out.
well, not only they sell out, but like I had an instance, and Jack will appreciate this, where there was a new RoboCop figure, and I they had it marked on Amazon for 19.99. I purchased it. I did the pre-order.
Mm,
I never got it, and the reason I never got it was because they had marked it at 19.99, but we're selling it for 29.99.
Hmm.
And I'm like, you need to honor the price that you put on there, and they didn't want to.
right.
But like that's what happens if you don't pre-order it. Like the price skyrockets, and next thing you know, like something that would have cost you $20 is costing you like 80, and that's if you can find it. And it's
If
like,
they wouldn't honor the price even though they listed it at 19.99. Yeah,
mm,
it sounds like Amazon.
yeah,
Yeah, that
because
sounds like Amazon.
they had just sold all the ones they got for 29.99, and they
Right.
were not going to honor my like. They're like, tough shit, dude. Yep, yep. So yeah,
You make a mistake and I don't get my figures. Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Hmm. Yeah, so I go to Nakamura Toys a lot.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, I go to Nakamura Toys a lot, or I will like Walmart has a good the Walmart website oddly sells from other sellers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so sometimes if you're looking for something, you can actually find stuff there that is for sale by like different vendors and stuff that are not. I'm sure they sell on
Hmm.
Amazon too because they have to, but you can find things and it's a little bit better than sometimes going on Amazon.
You know
Yeah,
why
sometimes you
Amazon
have no
wouldn't?
choice.
You know why Amazon wouldn't honor the 19.99 price?
Why?
Because Me Too would bought all of them.
I still tell my employees that story. I still tell them, I'm like, you better order it, and you better order it now because they're gonna get them all.
They will get them all, and then you go there and they have the whole series. Like they have a whole wall dedicated to it, and
They
you're like, oh,
will
this is
because
where they went.
they order from Ingram, and I could go on
Mm,
Ingram's website and see that they're all gone, and
right.
they won't get any more. Like that happened with Spy Family. That happened with Kaiju number 8. That happened with God, what's the other one? Chainsaw
All of
Man.
them. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I ordered 60 copies of Chainsaw Man, and everybody's like, "You're fucking crazy. That's too much. It's not going to sell." The also. I'm like, "I know me, so not this time. Not this time."
Because then you went there and they had the whole wall dedicated. It's like nobody has volume one. They got a whole wall of it.
I'm like, how is this possible? ReaderLink actually got into manga because they supply Target books.
Really?
Yeah, they are the national supplier for Target now.
Hmm.
Yeah, they still suck, but they're the
Yeah,
national.
they still suck. You know they won't suck if you put Eric on them.
Yeah.
Oh, you should see the stuff. And we're getting way away from anime here.
He's
But
scared. He's scared all those ReaderLink dudes straight.
they know. They will call me and they will leave me messages. They're like, I know it's after 3, but I'm coming in with the boxes. Tell Eric, I know it's after 3. And I'm like, that's fine. I'll ask them, I'm like, how many do you have? He's like, well, I got 8. I'm like, that's fine. But the ones that like, I got 2 pallets. Good luck. I'm like, if you have a hand pallet, you can bring that stuff in. But Eric's gone, and you know nobody else knows how to drive that. Nobody else is allowed to drive that pallet.
Yeah.
And they know he's got them schooled. They might have my number, but they know who's the boss is. I'm like, that's between you and Eric. I ain't messing around
You
with
won't.
that.
I ain't getting in the middle of that one. Oh man,
So speaking
that is
speaking of Mitsuwa, Barnes and Noble, what they're doing, I think is kind of smart. They're doing the rewards programs for free, and for after every $10 you get a point, and then do double points on top of it. So once you get to a certain threshold, it's $5 off.
That's not bad.
That's
that's
actually a
not
pretty
bad.
decent thing. And I was shocked how many points I got within like 2 Christmas orders. I'm like, okay, $10 right there. And Mitsuha,
That's
of
not
course,
bad.
Mitsuha, of course, getting the uh, the gold for like the newer stuff in every volume imaginable.
Well,
Yeah.
because they know the customers are coming there, and they know that the customers are going there looking for what they can't find in other places. Because
Yeah, yeah.
there's a lot of places that don't have that much manga. I mean, they just don't. And I mean, Borders is gone. It's been gone for a long time. I think they closed
Isn't Borders
down.
coming back?
Is it?
Some
Is
select
Borders coming back,
cities.
or is it? Yeah, Borders is coming back, right?
I thought
Yeah.
Toys R Us was coming back.
Yeah, Toys R Us is coming back as well, but I think I did read that Borders is coming back.
In
Okay.
malls, essentially. Yeah.
I mean, malls are the spot for it, and apparently, like, um, these kids are buying books. All of these TikTokers, they're buying books. I've heard that like they're 65% of the book buying now, and it's all because of TikTok because they have book talk and they're just talking about these books and they're reading them and they're geared toward, like you said, they're geared to younger women, and they've had all of these breakout authors, whether it be Colleen Hoover, Frida McFadden, or I'm reading right now. I'm listening to The Fourth Wing by Yaros.
Mm.
And yeah, I'm listening to this book, and it's kind of like Hunger Games meets Harry Potter with dragons. Um, so I mean, it's not. Would I say that this book is for me as a 50-year-old man? No, but like I can enjoy it. It's definitely geared toward. It's definitely geared toward a female audience, but it's it the appeal is wide enough where anybody could read it. But yeah, their books are coming back. I mean, they're bringing books back. They're book clubs and everything, and that's being driven by this new generation that wants books. They want physical books, and so
Mm.
that's it's great that Borders would come back because it's like I think you need to have more than one bookstore chain. I think
Yeah.
you need to have that competition, and you need to have places where you can go and congregate, and especially now, and buy books that like you can't find in other places.
Yeah. I mean, we don't. You don't need bookstore chain. You just need to have actual bookstores. I don't need chains. Like, cause you got the half price books is a chain, and you got half price books around. But we have a little bookstore like 3 blocks up the street, and then there's we have there's a kids bookstore. It's just kids books.
Okay.
There's a kids bookstore on Main Street, and then we have another bookstore downtown Evanston, and then they opened like a used bookstore pop-up shop next to their store, and
Yeah.
it did so well that they're just going to be there full time now.
Oh, that's cool.
So,
I
you know
have
that
3 bookstores near me, but they're so weird. There are 3 different independent bookstores. There's City
hmm
Lit, City Literature, or City Lit, and they're just it's a cute. It feels like a chain bookstore,
hmm
but like the staff is like I don't know if they're told to be offhands. Like it's a little bit weird. The vibe is just, and then there's Uncharted books, who's run by this one guy, and then there's another one. I forgot the name of that one, but essentially, you just go in and you take what you want. It's just a free bookstore.
Oh
And
yeah, yeah, I heard about that free bookstore.
hmm
Yeah, I heard about that one.
that one's kind of cool, but that's also a little bit of a weird crowd. And so it's like it's very. While I don't appreciate that the chains take away business from these independent bookstores, I
It's
do like
steady.
the yeah, I do like the atmosphere sometimes where it's like you kind of know what you're gonna get because some of these places you walk into, you're like, I have no idea
Mm.
what I'm walking into. I'm like, which is sometimes it's good and it's fun and exciting, and sometimes it's like, okay,
Mhm.
what did I walk into? Yep,
I get it.
yeah.
Okay.
So what are you guys excited for next season? Like I haven't
Wait,
looked.
hold
I
on.
haven't
Oh,
looked
wait,
at
hold on.
it.
Okay, wait. I didn't do my top 10.
Yeah, just
Oh,
finish
Um,
Jamal's top 10.
we gotta finish the top 10. Um, what were my honorables? Hold on, I gotta pull up my list. Um, my honorable mentions were uh Link Click was cool, but there was only like 6, 7 episodes of it, so I can't. I didn't really like count that. I can only count that as an honorable.
yeah, you liked that one for a while now.
But yeah, I do like the show a lot. Um, that was my honorable. The other stuff I watched that's not in my top 10. Ishura season 2. I wasn't really feeling season 1, and I remember when we were at the convention, Jesse was like, "No, this is good." He was like, "It gets good at like after episode like 6." So like when I went back and finished shows that I didn't finish from last year, I was on episode 6. It got better.
Better.
It got
Okay.
better. It got better. It's good enough that I'm sticking with it, but I'm still not like overly impressed.
Hmm.
Sakamoto Days. We discussed that. Promise of Wizard. I watched. Um, apparently, it's based off like a game.
Yeah, that's
So
the one with all the guys.
yeah, and the
Yeah,
one girl that is like kind of like reincarnated as the Great Sage there.
yeah.
Um, it was all right. The whole time I'm watching the show, I felt like I was missing something. But it's not a bad show. But I'm just not. Yeah, I just kept watching it. We talked about possibly the greatest alchemist of all time. We talked about Honey Lemon Soda. Um, of course, Dragon Ball Z Daima. Rest in peace, Toriyama. And oh well, this one that we haven't talked about. Red Ranger becomes an adventurer in another world.
That was fun.
That's a fun one. It was fun with
Yeah.
that. That's like my 11. That's like my 11. Like
Okay.
it just missed my 10. It's fun. Um, would you consider it like a parody of an isekai?
I think so.
I think
Um,
so too. I got that
yeah,
vibe too. So
yeah,
I
because
wasn't sure. Like it to me, it comes off as a parody, kind of Konosuba-ish, because he's kind of like a play on your typical shonen hero that's all into like bonds and friendship and all that.
well, I see it as a kind of a parody of both genres,
Yes,
like the
me too.
Power Ranger genre and the Isekai genre,
Yeah.
where it's like we're not really being serious about either one.
Hmm.
It's like we're kind of like, you know, we're kind of making fun of both. It feels
Yeah.
a lot. It feels really tongue in cheek, like, like, hey, like this is like, here's a
Hmm.
joke. It's like you could see this being played out like in kind of the way it was in Loser Go Go Loser Ranger, where it's
Yes.
like, yeah, you could see like the Red Ranger playing this out like on a stage in front of
Yeah.
kids,
Exactly.
like the bonds of
Exactly.
friendship. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But he plays it straight because it's like
He
this is
does play it straight.
yeah,
He plays it incredibly straight. He's not. He really believes this.
yes,
He
yeah,
really believes this.
yeah. Well, that's where
So
that's the world that he comes from. I mean, it's not
yeah.
like yeah, it's not like he's a TV character or an actor putting on an act because I like even when he has the flashbacks, they're
Yeah.
kind of like I remember when they were arguing and we should have been paying
Mm.
attention, and it's like what? Yeah,
Even the other Rangers thought he was ridiculous.
like dude, you take this way too seriously, and he's like, well, I'm the leader, and he's the leader, so
Yeah.
like yeah, but yeah, I
And
get
then yeah.
yeah, he definitely has
It
that
was
thrown in, like yeah, that's a good
very,
one.
very so much. And there was one thing where he was with the villain, and the villain was like, what do you think, beloved? He was like, you know what? That's okay because we fight, and then after people fight, they get stronger, and then we form the bond, and then we'll fight. I'm like, what? What are you talking about, dude? The one character that the girl that he's with, it's kind of it very. She reminds me a lot of Megumin in her character design,
Yeah,
just a little more out there. So it just felt like a parody to me.
yeah. I mean, yeah, it's not something where I'd be like, and a lot of shows do that. Mega Beans, like,
Yeah,
uh,
they yeah, absolutely.
yeah, but she's definitely she's the,
She's the staple side character of yeah,
well, she's the straight man for all the jokes
yeah,
because she's like,
absolutely.
this dude's insane, So it's like, it's like you introduce this kind of like high octane energy into an isekai world, and it's like they don't know what to do with this. They don't know what to do with him, and it's like
Mm,
it's like a monster truck rally, like coming to like the Renaissance Fair, and it's like, but it works, it works because it's just the mashup. Um, it's like you love seeing this like essentially Megazord fight against like these fantasy creatures. It's fucking awesome.
yeah,
Yeah.
it is awesome.
Yeah.
So again, Zenshu was my 10. I'm getting married to a girl that I hate in class is my 9. Um, and that kind of rose up for me. I think before I had it a little higher. Maybe I got to double check. It's my 9 now. Um, and the last few episodes have kind of won me over a little bit more because they
Okay.
kind of fleshed out the dynamic of um. We finally come to. Have you seen the last episode where he
Mm-mm.
dropped it? Okay.
No, I'm watching
Spoiler.
it.
Hmm.
I watched it. I just missed. I missed a few weeks or two because
Okay.
I was doing other stuff, but I'm
Hmm.
catching. I'm catching back up.
So yeah, so they flesh out um Akane's character a little more,
Okay.
and you get in this last episode that just dropped. Was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. Um, her and her best friend kind of come to a head and have a discussion,
Oh, okay.
and there's a semi big reveal, and we realize why she hates Saito so much, and
Okay.
when that gets revealed, a lot of stuff comes into perspective.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, they I like the way that it's kind of been built. Her little interplay and the way she goes off on him is funny.
Yeah.
The grandfather's funny. The friend she's the typical kind of friend that you would expect from a show like this, but they flesh her out a little more too, especially with the little discussion they had.
Oh, that's good.
And Chisei is kind of like we know who she is.
Yeah,
Um,
I think with this show, like they missed their opportunity to have those characters be a little bit more of a force within the
yeah,
show. They spent so much time on the kind of like the odd couple forced into
mm,
this relationship gags
hmm
that they really, I think they missed the opportunity to really bring those two in and turn them into a force to be like, like to add to the show to make it a little, instead of being like, rivals or foils for the main characters.
mm,
I think they could have, and fueling misunderstandings and like, reasons for the main character Akane to like step up and like talk about why she really, like either doesn't want to be with him or wants to be with him. I think that there was a lot of missed opportunities with the side characters because I think they could have been a lot more. I think if they would have been a lot more involved, there could have been a lot less pranks and jokes about like zombie games and like, oh, he
mm,
does this and I don't like, and she does that I don't like, and like, or that will they won't they, or will they, like I think the pacing and the story could have been a little bit better. And I think
mm,
it would have added a lot more to the show because I thought that it had solid bones, especially with
yeah.
the grandfather. I mean, there were
hmm
funny moments, but I don't think it ever like. I think you placing it at number 9 is like, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Did you get to the part where they introduce Akane's sister?
yeah. I did, I
Okay,
did.
okay.
She was annoying.
Yeah,
She was
she was
annoying.
annoying. They
Yeah,
kind of fleshed her out too, but it's after watching the Alia sometimes hides her feelings in Russian.
yeah.
I was kind of over like the whole sister that is in love with brother type thing.
Oh yeah,
So I
yeah,
was kind of like, okay, I was kind of glad that it was a little more muted.
yeah.
Um, but they
It
still
needed to
play a
be. Yeah,
role. It
yeah.
needed to be. It needed to be. That's
Yeah.
not a trope that I want to see continue. Uh, Number 8, I had House, the anime.
Yeah, that was a good one. I just couldn't like it just wasn't.
It was
It
House.
was
Be
too.
honest.
It
It
was
was
too
House.
neat. It was House, but
Yeah,
sometimes it was just a little too neat.
yeah.
And I was
I get what you're
guessing,
saying.
yeah, I was guessing like some of the things that were already happening.
hmm
And like, I'm kind of tired of brilliant assholes. It's like, I get that you're brilliant, but learn how to have patience for the people around you.
hmm
Not everybody is as smart as you are. Don't take it out on them. And while physical abuse can be funny within an anime, I just like, I think that we've seen that character so many times to the
Yeah.
point where like, yeah, it's like you're you want to be a misanthrope, and that's fine. You see humanity in the way you choose to see humanity, and you're upset that they won't bend to your will, but treating people that way because they won't bend to your will, like, get some social skills. It's like, um That was my only complaint about that's what kind of like made me not want to watch the show. I felt like she was a little grating.
She was a little grating. She was a little grating. But it wasn't. It kind of. I kind of understood that with that character because she
Yeah.
was so young. Because she was so young, and if you got a
Hmm.
young hot shot like that, they're going to be arrogant.
Oh yeah,
They're
I get
going
it.
to be arrogant. So I
Yeah.
get it, and I like. It's like
Like how
you hear
she.
athletes all the time. Like I'll compare it to the like you hear athletes all the time, and it's like great athletes, like your Michael Jordans and stuff. They don't end up being good coaches because they're so good and they're so gifted. They get frustrated, and it's like something they could do so easily. They don't understand why this person can't do it.
Yeah.
You know, but if you take the guy that's like the 12th man off the bench, he's still a phenomenal player because this dude, if you're the 12th man on the bench in the NBA, you're the best player in your school, best player in your country, in your county, one of the best players in your state. You go to college, you're one of the best players in the nation, and you're still so they've seen a lot, they know how to do it. But now I'm sitting on the bench in the NBA, I'm not getting a lot of time, and I'm seeing how these dudes work and I'm seeing what works and I'm seeing firsthand like okay this worked so they're able to communicate that a little better because they had to work on how to attain these skills that
Yeah.
kind of came naturally to other people. So I kind of like liken it to that. And so like her age kind of like saved her a little bit for me.
Okay. I
But
see that.
the other doctor she has, um he balances her out. So like to the as a like mini spoiler, later on in the season, like it gets to a point where he's like, "Oh, I have to go back to the university. I got to leave," and she darn near melts down
Yeah, that's
because
her.
that's the dude that keeps her level because like the uncle keeps trying to find a reason to shut her down because she's not good, but he's the one that kind of like guides everything. So, I like that dynamic where it's like he's a little bit older, but he's not too old to not relate. And it kind of like you kind of get a little growth from the character. And after I talk, this probably would be my 10 instead of my 8.
Okay.
I'll probably bump this down to 10 and then move since you and married to 8. Um, 7 would be I may be a guild receptionist, but I'll solo any boss, so I don't whatever the whole long title is.
So she
uh,
doesn't have to do any overtime.
yeah, so she doesn't have to do any overtime. You got it.
That's her
So I'm
real
with her.
answer. Yeah.
I'm not doing any overtime. Um, this show, man, it's just it's so relatable. It's another one of those like work life balance shows, but
Yeah.
they play it in a good way. And like I said, this whole season, I'm just expecting her to become like Jack said, especially with the opening. I'm just expecting her to become a full time adventurer and kind of ruin the whole premise for me. And they put her in enough situations where she has to step in, but they're still going off the premise of I really don't want to be an adventurer. I want to do this. I love the part when like she confronts like the guild master and she's like, "What happened to those extra people that you promised me?"
Yeah.
If I solve this, and he's like, "Yeah, about
Yeah.
that. I'm
I'm
I'm,
working
I'm working
on
on
yeah.
it." And it's like, "Yep, that's exactly how it would go. That's exactly how it would go."
This is a weird one because it her character design, like the closing song and her character design and like the insist it's like almost like it's like somebody thought up this goofy idea It's like, what if we told the story of the guild receptionist that was essentially Batman, but she's not a billionaire. She's just, a wage worker, and the thing that she hates most is like having to work overtime because she just wants to have the slow life because she wants that work life balance. And so she realized if I'm a guild receptionist, I'll have that work life balance. So somebody thought up this joke, but then they also thought up a decent enough story to go along with that joke.
Yeah,
And that's what this show is because it's like, I don't know if you guys have watched the most recent episode, which
I'm all caught up. I'm
okay,
all
I thought
caught
it
up.
was really well done. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, so this is like, and it goes back to like her and like, well, with all of these characters, and I like it. I know that Jack, you and Jack had said something about the little mage girl, how that was kind of
Mhm.
like a side thing, but
Yeah,
at the
Yes.
in
same
between the
time,
season too.
yeah, at the same time, that's what this show's kind of about.
Yes.
It's about the skills, what they can do with the skills, and what their limitations are.
Mm.
Because of those skills and overcoming those limitations. Like she's the most, I don't want to say she's the most generic character on the show because she has like her own motivations and desires and wants. But like the other characters seem to get it a little bit more than she does.
Yeah.
Um, yeah,
I
she
could
has
agree with
like
you that.
this single-minded focus that sometimes detracts from her character. And I know it's the gag of the show, and it makes her like terrifying as that you know those people. You
Hmm.
know those people is like you ain't fucking with my time off. It's like you don't even call me when I ain't here. Don't do
We
it.
were talking we were talking about Eric. That's his famous quote. Man, this
Yeah.
is my
Hmm.
time. We're talking about
Yeah.
my time.
Yeah.
I,
That man
He don't.
called me. Yeah. That man called me on my time to ask me about something. Yeah. Yeah.
He did this time. That's
Yeah.
his time. Man, people don't play about their time, man.
Nope. And that's who this character is. She's one of
Yeah.
those people. Um, but I think that the show offers you enough where it's like worth being in a top 10. And I think it does a good job of presenting you something that goes beyond just like the title. Because some of these
Hmm.
shows, I don't even know why they have titles because it's just like, and it starts out as one of those generic titles, but it actually the show actually works really well.
Yeah. It does.
Yeah.
I agree. It does. Now I hope that it like I said, I say this every week. Every week I'm expecting this show to fall off a cliff, and it doesn't.
No.
It doesn't. They keep finding ways to put her in situations, which makes me go, okay, yeah, I'm keeping with this another week.
Yeah.
So
You know,
there's
it's like, yeah,
that good show, good
yeah, they
show.
found
So this would be a happy surprise for me. Number six. My number six is Apothecary Diaries.
that's at your number six.
Um,
Wow.
that's at my number six.
Okay.
And I know we because we kind of talked about this on Instagram, and Jack is right. They kind of this is still a good season, and the bones around this season is like the what is it the pregnant is it the pregnant consort?
yeah,
Yeah,
she's newly pregnant.
yeah. So that's the bones around this season, but they kind of they get away from it, and then they'll kind of tie like the last little thread of the arc to it, and then they get away from it, and then they'll tie this thread of the arc to it, and it's just not. It doesn't feel as cohesive as the first season.
Yeah, and another pretty much like the overall theme too is Jinshi
Yeah,
and his
yeah.
identities. So it's the bigger picture, but at the same time, we're stopping and going, stopping and going, stopping and going. And I'm pretty sure the manga is the same way. I'm pretty sure the light novels are relatively similar. but at the same time, sometimes you kind of need to take some liberties, at least with the
Mm,
direction. So, and in the standalone episodes are great. Mystery of the Week is great. It's just a matter of
mm,
like we're going to get a new season coming up soon. Let's try to we'll not make it epic, but more like I don't know because that's the second core of the first season was awe-inspiring. It's my favorite of the year. It's just a matter of I wouldn't say focus or dismiss anything that they're doing great. We're just spoiled because
Yeah.
we're going lightning speed with the show and manga's really stacking up. They even reissued the manga because the artist getting arrested for tax evasion. So in a short amount of time, it's becoming one of the most like biggest, well not biggest, but one of the most well received mangas and animes in quite a while.
mm,
Well, there's like two things. Like with Sherlock Holmes, sometimes you just want to see Moriarty. You don't want to like you don't want to have the adventure in the Baskervilles. It's like you're like, okay, yeah, this is a cool adventure, but it's like, where's Moriarty?
Yeah, yeah,
Where's the because they and I think sometimes that happens too when you hit that climax, you build and you build and you hit that climax, and then it has to come down because it's like you can't stay up there for so long, and it comes back down. And I think a lot of anime are guilty of this, where you have either the small arcs or like the one episode standalones that don't give you that narrative force. Um, like Dan to Dan did the exact opposite, where you had all these episodes, and then you had that one episode that kind of like whoa, and then back down, and then like but and I think that that's what happened with this season, where these smaller episodes just don't live up to like the bigger ones, and or that
mm.
you want that connected narrative that you had in the first season with all the different players, and like each case builds up to something, like each little part plays a part in the bigger story where she puts it together. And from what you guys said, this season just doesn't have that.
Yeah, it's I still like to see if I were doing a best, it'll be higher.
Yeah.
But I'm doing just kind of like what I liked more.
Yeah.
But like if we're talking best, like all around from the art to the music to the historical implications to the story, like it'll be best. It'll be up there as best.
Yeah.
Um, but when it comes to what I liked more, I liked other shows more than I liked this one.
Okay.
But I
Go ahead.
still love Apothecary Diaries.
I'm curious to what your top five are.
Um, five Orb. Uh,
Yeah.
the second half of Orb, the pace, it definitely picked up for me.
Okay.
It would be towards the bottom of my fall. Like fall, I watched. Hold on, let me count. One, two, three, four. All right, so I watched 12 shows in the fall. So if I did a top five, it would not be in my five. It'll be more like 10. But um, it moves into my top five this season just because I like the second half better than the first. Bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've talked ad nauseum. Well, Jack and I have talked ad nauseum about this show. Orbit, it's again, it's a great show, and if we're talking best, it'll be higher. If we're talking best, it'll be higher. Um, but this show suffers. There's no dub,
Mm,
and I don't even know if there's a dub on the horizon, which is weird because Netflix usually always has dubs.
yeah.
So for them to not have a dub of this is very like head scratching.
Yeah. They might not even do one.
they might not even do them, which I think is a huge disservice to the show. Because
I
there's a
agree.
lot like we prefer sub for the most part, unless we have to like bend something for the show and we'll do dub. But there's a lot of people that only watch dubs, and
Well, I think
you're
that I think
you're
that this show would.
alienating them.
Well, I think this show would appeal to a lot of like non-anime fans
I
if it had a
agree.
dub. Yeah, I think
I
this is one of
agree.
those shows. Yeah, that has like we talked about this too. That there were some shows recently that like don't feel like they don't have those tropes or they feel more like narratives, straightforward narratives, and they don't have the anime tropes
Hmm.
that put some people off. This is a perfect show to recommend to people and be like, look, if you like historical narratives about things that like you didn't know, or like you see the struggle between religion and science and how that develops over time and like what it takes to bring new ideas to light, this is the perfect show to watch. But you have that language barrier there where a dub I think would totally push it over like into like mainstream, like people who watch like regular shows. You're like, yeah, I can watch this. It's perfect.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely, man. And like Jack, I like I told Jack. Jack said, recommend this one to Ernie, and so I recommended it to Ernie, and he watched like the first 3 or 4 episodes or so, and he said the show's really good, but it's just having to read the subtitles, and it's just like he just couldn't keep up with the subs. But if it
yeah,
was dubbed, I think he would have watched it and he would have loved it.
yeah. I
So
recommended it to Len.
uh yeah,
Yeah, yeah, because
I
I think
just think they're doing themselves a huge disservice not having a dub. I don't understand this at all.
yeah, I
Like,
agree.
why of all the shows that you choose not to dub, this is the one that you should not have done that with. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Um, Beyond that, there's not much to complain about. The show again, the show is very heavy. This is a very heavy show. There's not a lot of action in this show, so
Yeah,
you're really asking a lot from an audience. Um, Especially if it's animation and anime, just because people already have their preconceived notion.
yeah,
Like somebody that's new to anime, they're expecting to see action. They're not going to see it in this.
no,
So I think this show is phenomenal, but it has its hurdles to overcome, and I think it could overcome that simply by having a dub. So I hope that Netflix smartens up and puts a dub of this out. Um, I think the show is. I think the series is over, right, Jack?
It's over after.
The series is over. There's not going to be like a season.
I don't think
No, the
so.
series is
No.
over. Yeah, I think this is just a self-contained one season thing. So like this is just they have so much that could work. They could just do better if they promoted this show better. If they gave it a dub, I think this show would be. People already talk about it as one of the best shows of the season and of the year, but it'll be more highly praised and talked about. I think if it had a dub for sure.
yeah,
Well, it's somewhat dilemma I have with Heiki's story because
Mm,
that's an experience on its own, and it put a little strong for me. It feels like it should have been a movie, or it has a weird
yeah.
tally of that too.
Mm,
But it's like one of those things where, in a weird way, it's relatively really Japanese, especially with
mm,
voice acting and stuff. So there's something resonant with it as well, even though it's a different history, a different culture, different country. But it makes it unique, makes it, and if that bridge becomes like a movie production from A24 or something like that of doing this, I could welcome that too. It's a close book kind of thing, and reading general reactions on Reddit and my anime list, it's ranked number 66 at the moment.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
once people
I think
see it,
His Story is a perfect one for like historical drama, where
Hmm.
I think a sub would help to bring it to like people that wouldn't normally read the subtitles, the sub.
yeah,
Yeah.
I know that argument. It's just I'm saying that for what's got the limitations, remarkable, remarkable. And of
Well,
course,
yeah. That.
yeah, the manga has been on the radar, I guess, and who knows will people buy just to see analyze everything about it. Time will tell.
See, but that's my thing. It's like, well, my anime list, it being ranked high on there, that's not a surprise for me because this anime fans voting on it.
Yeah, and
I'm
like I
saying,
said,
or like a lot of people talk about um the Arcane show. I've heard a lot of people talk about that Pluto show that Netflix put out
yeah,
because I did Pluto win an award?
yeah, the
Yeah.
in general,
So
it's ranked high in general. Yeah,
right, I'm saying Orb could be on those levels of
I
like mainstream if they put a dub out and if they marketed it better.
I
That's
know.
my thing. So
It's just
like
that's what I'm trying to bring up. Is it's like
yeah,
kind of like a weird acceptance, and like we discussed One Piece, we just accept it's just popular. We just accept it. So I don't know.
yeah.
It was almost like a closed book kind of thing too, because time will tell. Time will tell if the voices will carry on regardless. And Netflix is like, you know what? Maybe we will do that eventually. So
Maybe I mean maybe if they do a dub, it'll bring some more life to the show. I think it's going to be one that people talk about for. I think it's going to be one that anime fans talk about for a long time. I just think it could have got more. I think it would have got more traction if
with
it
it.
with a dub
Yeah.
um and better marketing. But that's just me. Orb is still a great show. I think everybody should go out and watch it. Take your time. Again, it's dense. It's very dense, heavy. It's an investment, but Um, you're going to come out enjoying this show. And again, and this is a show that's set up perfect for a live action. You can easily do a live action of this show, and I think it'll do well as well. Um, so we'll go with that. Number wait, that was five. Okay, so number
Mhm.
4 is going to be My Happy Marriage.
Oh, okay.
This season is really I love this season. Protect Mio Chan at all costs. I love Mio. Um, and just their, this is a show that is about their love story, but it has this magical element too, and they find a way to fit both stories in well.
Mm.
So, My Happy
I do.
Marriage is my 4.
Yeah, I do like that balance between like trying to, like deal with her trauma of the past while
Yeah.
socializing her, while dealing with like her origin, and while dealing
Mm.
with like the outside politics of like who she is, what she is, and what's going on in the world. That's all really interesting.
That poor girl, man, she just could not catch a break.
No,
Her family treated her terribly. Then his mom was just awful to him, and then what is usually came in, and it's just this girl just does not catch a break, too.
no, no. Well, she's always being trying to. Well, people are always trying to use her as a pawn or throwing her to the
Yeah.
side, or it's like, and he seems to be like the only one that actually cares about like her, like
Hmm.
him, the sister, and the housekeeper seem to be the only ones that actually care about her, as a person, where everybody else is kind of like, oh, she's a pawn, like her name, and yeah.
Yeah, I feel so bad for her, but she's in the way that when we talked about Honey Lemon Soda and how Yuka's gotten stronger and gotten better, and we appreciated her growth as a character over time.
Yeah.
Mio, her character just levels better, levels more developed,
Yeah.
levels more growth. So it's when I'm so watching My Happy Marriage and then seeing um Honey Lemon Soda, that it kind of ruined things for me too.
I get that. Yeah.
Um, Number three medalist, number two Shangri La Frontier, number one Solo Leveling. That is my 10. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Okay.
Oh, man. Oh,
We covered a
and,
lot of ground.
well, if I may ask Edwin, like, what was your favorite part of Shangri-La Frontier then?
I really liked the fight that he had with the Lycan.
Okay.
Um, yeah, that was I think my favorite part of this season. Um, I did that show has a lot of great moments. When the girl who has a crush on when the pirates show up because they're part of a they've accepted the quest, and then the pirates show up and throw them in a barrel. I'm like, the creativity and the hilariousness of this show is just like gonzo balls off the wall crazy, man. Like this show, when he puts when Sunraku puts on that gas mask, I'm like, that works with his character so well. And it's just things like that. It's the little things in that show, the little details, like the character motivations, like why they do things, how they do things.
The video
Um,
game, like, homages, the
yeah,
lingo. Yeah.
yeah, it's everything. It's kind of like everything in that show. The amount of thought they put into the other games, like they put a lot of thought, even if it's just going to be in there for like one episode, like that glitchy fighter game
Yeah, yeah.
that he was playing. A lot of thought went into like this, like how he had mastered that game and what the glitches could allow you to do. So that show always one of my favorite things about that show is they put a lot of thought goes into the each everything. Like a lot of thought goes into everything. And I know like Jamal hates the little romance thing, uh, but I kind of like it. But I kind of like that it took kind of like a little bit of a backseat too,
Yeah.
because it's like, and I like how the Shangri-La Frontier kind of has its own glitches, like its own rules, and the way that the world rules interact with each other.
Yeah, yeah. And the devs in between there have to.
Yeah, like those are some of my favorite cutscenes when they go to the devs and the devs are fighting, and I get why the devs are fighting because they've invested so much into this. Like, and here's Sunraku just breaking the game because he's played so like he's just that his thought process from playing all those trash games allows him to see something, figure out how to beat it, and then beat it before anybody else because he's just that goal orientated. Like I'm gonna beat this boss and I'm gonna figure it out. Like any gamer would, but like on steroids.
Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah.
that's my dilemma. It's
That's
like this. Well, so much Sanraku this season. I
that it's
miss it.
him.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I miss the crew though. I miss
Yeah.
Katsu and Pensagillion.
Yeah. Well
And
they kind of balanced him out a little bit because he
they put
can't
him in
do it.
check. They just put him in check.
Yeah.
And the second season, like, that's what you like about it, all those exterior stuff. but Sunraku was just storming through it and just changing his mind on one. Oh, I'll play the game I haven't played in months. And it turns out to be like a near mecha fighter bullshit thing.
Well, because and that's one of the things too that's kind of cool about it is that he's not subject to the story.
No, no,
Like
he's
he's
literally a
not.
video game. He's literally the trash video gamer. No rhyme
Well,
or reason.
the show respects his character. Uh, he's not like a servant to the plot
No, no.
the way some other characters are in some other shows. He's not a servant to the plot. Like this is his show, and if he wants to play with big robots, and the game doesn't let him play with big robots, he's gonna go play with big robots in another game. The show might be called Shangri-La Frontier, but it's really the Sunraku show.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like it might be based around that game, but he's gonna be like, look, I want to putz around with big robots, so I'm gonna go putz around with big robots, and it's like, okay, and that's one of the things that I like because when he goes and putts around with big robots, it's not just like some throwaway thing. Like there's a whole like, okay, there's like this is the game, this is what you have to do to beat the game. These are the different mechanics and physics of the game. These are the characters' motivations for playing the game. Like that one character in the robot game in the near game, she doesn't change her suits until somebody beats her.
yeah, yeah.
It's like she doesn't upgrade until like she realizes that like I need to have a better one. And so she takes the information from how she got beaten, she designs a better one. Where Sunraku says, "Oh, you know what? Its simplicity is best. This is I'm gonna beat it, but I can only do this once because once they figure out what I'm doing, it's no good." And
Yeah.
so he just uses that. He cheats his way. He figures out how to beat that one character in that way. It's never going to work again, but he knows that. And that's why he breaks Shangri La Frontier because he's like, I'm going to figure out how to do this and I'll break it. And that's what he does. And that's why the developers go crazy. But it's so fun to watch because it's not, it's OP in a way, but then it's also like the structure and the physics of it works too.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. Yeah. Like he
Well,
has, yeah,
it's almost like it's almost like he's awakened on his own without dying. He just gets stronger the weaker he is.
yeah,
So it's like a
yeah,
reverse OP. It's like I'm the glitch within the glitch. There's nothing he can do about it.
yeah, pretty much. He's like, I'm gonna take your system and I'm gonna push it to the limits of its, capacity, and I'm gonna break it. Because I hate trash tier games and how much they suck, and so I break them. And he's doing this with like the most popular game, and they're like, they don't know what to do with this kid. Um, and I think that's what I like. But I like their attention to detail. That's one of
Yes.
my the respect and the attention to detail that they give to the show, they give to the game is like that's I think what put it like I think that's what put it in Jack's and Jamal's top three. I think that's what put it in my top three.
Yeah,
Just that.
and
Yeah.
it's surprising that so especially with the last two episodes more than Shangri-La. And as much glorious awesomeness Shangri-La has, and I do love and adore, it's just like a matter of like, like you said, Edwin. Essentially, it is the Sunraku show, and Sunraku is a beast. And Sunraku, you have to know this man within everything, especially the last through video games in its infancy, like how this type of character ultimately developed. So,
Yeah,
and it's not like perfect thing. It's more like because that's why I appreciated the first season. That's why I appreciated Katsu and Pensagillion because those are a different type of gamers. The ones
Yeah.
that are more reasonable and more like, they cheat their own way into games as well. Katsu, of course, the pro gamer, and Pensagilian, the total like natural and uses every tool or advantage kind of thing. So
Well, they have
Yeah.
their different motivations, and
Mm.
they have their different motivations for playing and their different play styles.
yeah,
And like they're kind of ruthless. Like they're all kind of ruthless in their own way. So
Mhm.
that's why they make such a good team because they're all kind of like, they have zero fucks to give.
yeah,
Like we're gonna play. We're not gonna play the way everyone else plays. We're in it to win it, and it's like, like they're they're kind of assholes.
they are. And they pick on
Yeah,
each other,
Kind of.
because
and they
yeah,
had that moment where in the fighting game thing where they're just questioning like, what makes this so special? And they're like, yeah, he's just a dick.
No, I loved when they were like talk when Katsu was talking to the other girl on his team, and she was like, "Oh well, he plays like what's her name? Sophie? Is that the name of
Yeah,
the
the
American girl?"
American. Yeah,
Yeah, they're like, "Oh, he plays like Sophie. I get why we got Sun Raku, but why do we have her? She's a model. What does she know?" And he's like, "She is the most ruthless gamer I've ever." And they come back in and said Rocco's just losing his mind because she cheated so bad and found this exploit, and he was so upset. And it's like, dude, that's Pencil God, man, Pencil God. I love Pencil God. I
yeah,
love that's my favorite character in the show. She she's she's a player, and they showed the little like what was it, the last episode where they did the SLF mini, and they showed like her PKing and her becoming a PKer and everything.
yeah,
And it's
yeah,
just, and it's just like you gotta have her because she's just cutthroat. She wants to win no matter what. It doesn't matter
yeah,
how she's gonna win. She lives to make you miserable.
yeah. She's like, oh, you guys are gonna take. Well, it's like I was telling Jack. It's like Sunraku loves breaking games.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
loves, and it's something that he learned doing in trash games
Mm,
because he hates them so much because they're so broken that he's like, I'm gonna break this, and that's the attitude that he brought to, Shangri-La Frontier. But that's also the other two. Like
yeah,
they're not in it to play the way other people play. Sunraku's in there to win. He's like, I'm gonna win.
yeah.
And the other two are the same.
Sun Raku is a lot like Saiger, like Ray's sister, where she's just like, I want to go in and I want to knock out all those colossi. It's Sanraku, he's the same way. He's like, I want the greatest challenge. I need to win.
Yeah. What's like Final Fantasy? It's like, there's the people who play the story and then the people who play to find,
Mm,
the ultimate, like, the ultimate, like, oh yeah, there's, well, except for Final Fantasy 7. Because there was nobody Jesus, yeah. Um, but you want to find the ultimate boss. You don't care about like the story or like you'll play through, but you want to find that ultimate challenge and take that down because that gives you bragging rights.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's Sanraku for sure.
yeah,
And
yeah,
he's played so many trash games that he's learned to enjoy a game this good. He's like, oh, because he's like, oh no, this is. He's just waiting for something to break, and he's like, oh no, this is working. This is working great.
yeah.
Oh,
It's like,
The system is learning me.
yeah.
It's
Well, yeah.
good.
Me and Jack were talking about that. That he breaks the game because
Yeah,
he's played so many broken games that like he knows how to, Shangri-La Frontier, and with that new game, it's the same way. He can
Yeah.
see the physics, he can see the world build, he can see the same kind of rules and structure that apply within Shangri-La Frontier
Hmm.
in the other thing, and he's starting to figure out like, oh, okay, like I need to keep you alive, or I need to do this, and I need to do that. Oh, you need to be brought over here. So he's figuring out the rules a
Hmm.
lot faster than I think the devs would like.
Yeah.
Yep.
It, that's this is my Jack moment. Like I want them to go back to the devs and the producers. Like I want more scenes of that than we get
Yeah.
because they're just funny. But I think Martin said it best when he was like, "This is a show for that for gamers that has respect for
Yeah. We mentioned that while you were
you."
gone.
Yeah."
Yeah.
So the Martin definitely said that best, and it really does because everything that happens in this game, like you can relate to, and it makes you want to play these games.
Yeah.
Like, I want to play Shangri-La Frontier. I want to play this fight in this Galaxy of Heroes. I want to play these games. I want to play them now.
Yeah.
I want to
Well,
play them now.
like I was telling Jack, it's the attention to detail,
Yeah.
even in just like these, like I was telling him, like these could be throwaway games. Like they don't even need to mention anything, but they have like a structure. They have like Jack mentioned that robot fighter game. It reminds me a lot
Yes.
of like Gun.
Nilthum Hollow, I think it was.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Kind of reminds me a lot of Gun Gale Online,
Hmm.
and that was an entire show. And so they put
Yeah.
a lot of work and a lot of detail into like this one throwaway thing where he just goes there for a little while because, like I told Jack, he wants to play with big robots. He's like,
Yeah.
you know what? I'm not gonna play Skyrim right now. I'm gonna play, Zone of Enders. It's like, I'm gonna switch it up because, like I wish there were giant robots to fight the dragons in Skyrim, but there's not. So I'm
Why'd
gonna
he
go
do
over
that? No,
here.
he was mad because he couldn't equip his armor.
Yeah,
So he's like, I wanna play something where I could have this stuff.
yeah,
And
he
then he
couldn't use.
goes back there.
Yeah,
That was so funny. He goes back there, and like everybody's like, "Oh, he's back."
and he has no clue as to what the hell they're talking about. Like, what are you guys talking about? They're like, you needed to be here because we wanted to beat you. He's like, what? Like, you guys, I didn't care. He's like, I just
Yeah,
played this game. It's like you guys have been waiting for me. I'm like, what? That was funny.
yeah, that was funny. That
That
was
was
funny,
funny.
and it was a great way to introduce Rust. So
It really was. Yeah, that those two characters, Rust and what's the mold or what's his name?
yeah, I think it's mold. I think it's
Yeah,
mold.
which is hilarious because it's Rust and mold. It's like, really, guys,
Hmm.
those are your usernames. It's like, okay, yeah, that was interesting. But I think that Jack, I don't think that I think Jack has had it with Sunraku, and I kind of
Yeah.
agree with him a little bit this season because I think
Hmm.
that he got to be a little bit. He was almost veering into shonen main character territory for a little bit,
Yeah.
but they pulled it back. They pulled it back. Yeah.
That's what. That's kind of what made it my number two instead of my number one.
Okay.
And I don't hate Sunraku as much as Jack. And then I don't think Jack hates him, but he just
No.
I don't hate him. It's
yeah
just
He's annoying.
yeah he
he's a
could be
lot.
grating.
He's a
Yeah,
Yeah.
lot.
he can be a lot.
It's like Robin Williams. Like I love Robin Williams. Like everything he's
Mm,
done, but he's a lot. He's not my
he
all-time
is a
favorite
lot.
actor. He's
Yeah,
a lot.
and he's a known joke thief.
Yes,
Rest in
also.
peace, Robin Williams. But I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to get into that. But
But that's what I
uh,
mean. Like there's so much to like
yeah,
appreciate
but
and like him, but it's like almost like you're it's almost like you're degrade. I don't know. It's a he's an asshole you love. At the end of the day, he's an asshole you love.
Sunraku. Thing about Sunraku is he's the one. thing that kind of brings the show down, right? Because like Edwin just said, he kind of does veer into that shonen main character mode a bit. And for a show that's like so respectful of gamers, the one thing that we hate more than anything are these snot-nosed teenagers that's online, that's saying crazy stuff, that's exploiting all the glitches
Loopholes
and
and
stuff, the
yeah.
loopholes, and there's nobody that we hate more. So like you sitting there and you're watching Sun Raku, you want to root for him because like you want to play this game and he like the only character they really focus on in this show. So you kind of want to root for him, but then like when he has his moments, you're the reason why I don't play online games right now.
Exactly.
And so like I completely understand where you're coming from. I
Yeah.
completely he's the
He's the modern gamer. He's like these kids are gobbling up, and he's already a master. And even though we played games since SNES and Atari, we can never touch his level at this point because of how advanced he is.
what were we talking about? We were talking about something the other day in the group, and one of you said like, yeah, he's the most fictional character of the show.
Mm. I
Um,
don't.
I don't remember what we were talking about. If
Okay.
I dig back into it, I can find it. But one of it was either you or Jack. You said like, yeah, this is good, but this character is just the most fictional character of the show, and that's what kind of brings it down. And that's kind of Sun Raku. He's kind of like the most like you just said, like the most anime guy of the show.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like
I didn't like the way he was treating the NPCs.
yeah,
Um,
he treated them terribly, and he
like
treats
button
Emerald
mashing.
terribly too.
Yeah. Yeah. And she's just like she's all in on Soraku. And like I love that like her sister, the blacksmith, was like, this guy's an asshole. Like
Yep,
this guy's
yep.
annoying. Like you respect what I'm doing. And he's just like, well, make me another one. It's like I gave you all those materials. And I was just like, dude, what are you doing? Like, have some kind of like, yeah. But I think that's exactly what you're saying. He's one of those kids who's like, this kid's gonna blow
Hmm.
through everything, and you're just gonna have to walk through the collateral damage of what he did, and you're just like,
Mm,
well, why do I want to play this anymore? He's
yeah,
beaten all the colossi. It's like, well, there goes the game.
yeah.
Like they have a real
Oh,
problem. Uh huh.
I remember what it was. Jack, you were talking about Rafa from Orb.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And you were like, it's a great show, but he's like the most fictional character of the show. And that's kind of
Essentially.
how I feel it. Yes, yes. And that's kind of how I feel about Sun Raku.
Mm,
Like he's kind of like you said, that when he's kind of like the of something that's so true, that feels so real, he's kind of like the most anime thing about the show. Him
yeah,
and Ray.
yeah.
Ray is too.
Well, I
But
think
that's an
her crush.
extension of him.
Yeah, like I think her crush on
Yeah,
him is it's very like tropey. It's like, okay,
very,
this is
very
like,
much so.
when would she build up the courage to tell him how she really feels? And like these little moments with him where he doesn't even know
Mm,
who she is, and she's just like,
completely
"Oh my
oblivious.
God, he touched my hand." It's like he doesn't know you. He doesn't even know you're a girl, let alone like this crush. It's like, yeah,
You know I hate the love story between them
I
in this.
know, I know, I know. That's hilarious, but I know. Yeah. All right, guys, I need to sleep. I'm feeling kind
Same.
of
I
down.
do too.
Uh, yeah, this has been a great one. Uh, we haven't done this in a long time. We need to do this. Yeah, Jack, you need to come back regularly so we can do this. Because we value your input, and this was a lot of fun.
Well, we could do it. Like we just gotta, figure out what shows we want to talk about.
Yeah.
We figure out what shows we could either do, like, yeah, yeah. We'll figure out what our next
Like if you
what our
guys want to
next show's
do,
gonna
I
be.
could watch. I could watch the rest of Orb if you guys want to do a deep dive on Orb.
We could do
Okay.
Is that something you guys be interested
okay.
in?
Okay, how about we do Orb and Jack? You said it's like Heke story. How about we do Orb and Heke story?
Just Orb, just Orb. Hagee
Just
stories a
Orb.
lot.
Okay,
Yeah,
just
that's a
Orb
lot to
then.
tackle. Well, with Orb being 24 episodes, that's a lot. That's a lot to tackle. Yeah.
Yeah, especially since there's no dub. Let me
Yeah,
just
it's
throw
not
that
something
out
that
there.
you could. It's not something that you could binge easily.
No. Oh
But yeah,
wait.
I'll put
Speaking, Jack, did you hear that Shinsuke Nakamura is going to be doing voice acting on the show?
Okay, for what show?
What show is he doing?
And then Liv Morgan, or no, not Liv, Alexa Bliss
Alexa
is in the.
Bliss did
She's in
Sakamoto Days.
yeah, English sub.
Yeah, she did Sakamoto Days. Like I just saw like Shinsuke do a post of doing the show. It might be a Netflix show,
Hmm,
but it was interesting. If I find it, I'll send it.
okay. All right, you guys. Take care. It was great doing this with you guys. I look forward to hearing what your spring anime are. Um, I'm feeling a little rundown. This cold is kicking my ass.
Yeah,
Um,
feel better, man, for sure.
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
dozing off too. All right.
Yeah,
yeah. Thank you guys.
we'll have our top tens of this thing posted on our social media.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. I will talk to you in a little bit.
All right, good night.
All right. Good night, dude. Good night, guys.